Sumatra, represented by Head of Education Office of North Sumatra Province, Insinyur Abdul Haris Lubis, MSI. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin beautiful occasion today, there is a beautiful performance with great expression of gratitude, unity, and respect originating from Batak tribe and Tapanuli. With graceful yet spirited movements, it embodies the values of togetherness and harmony, accompanied by the captivating rhythm of gondang music. This dance invites us to celebrate and honor the bonds that connect us all. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Sabe! Sabe! Monas INNODEL 2024. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu, 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 and most importantly, good morning and welcome to the 4th International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning, INNODEL 2024. Can I have your biggest round of applause here, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Bijak.
And also, I'm Safira.
And it is truly our honor to be your host for this amazing agenda. First and foremost, allow me to extend our warmest and more sincere greetings. First and foremost to the Governor of North Sumatra, Indonesia, Mr. Agus Fatoni, that is represented by the Head of Education Office of North Sumatra Province, Bapak Insinyur Abdul Haris Lubis, MSI. The Rector of Universitas Terbuka, that is represented by the Vice Rector of Research, Innovation, Partnership, and Business, Bapak Rahmat Budiman, SSM, PhD. The chairs of the Research Institute and Community Service, Ibu Profesor Dr. Anda Dewi Artadi Padmo Putri, MA, PhD. The Director of UT Medan, Bapak Yasir Riyadi, SSM. The Head of Research and Innovations in Open and Distance Learning Centers, Ibu Dr. Eti Pujilestari, SE, MSE. And also the conference chairs for INNODEL 2024, Professor Daryono, SH, MA, PhD.
Ladies and gentlemen, also we would like to welcome our distinguished plenary speakers, Dr. Alan Bruce, CEO and founder of Universal Learning Systems from United States of America, Professor Ghassan Baden, Professor from Information Systems of University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, Dr. Insinyur Yaya Heriadi, MSc, Bina Nusantara University from Indonesia, and also Dr. Arvin Roxas de la Cruz, PCPE from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And last but not least, all of the presenters and participants who are joining us either here physically in Convention Hall 2 of Santika Premier Diandra Hotel Medan or virtually using YouTube UT And Bijak, we proudly announced that this event is supported by several sponsors: Gramedia Printing Group, Bank Tabungan Negara, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Bank Syariah Indonesia, and also Telkom Indonesia.
Indeed it is, Mbak Safira, we can never make it this far without the amazing support by our partners and also sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, INNODEL is an annual event that bring to you by the Institute of Research and Community Service of Universitas Terbuka and is held every year. Begin in 2021, held in 2022 in Bali, 2023 in Yogyakarta, and now, this amazing year of 2024, we are here in the heart of Sumatra itself, Medan.
Yeah, Bijak, we would like to inform to all audience here that this year, INNODEL is having a tagline.
Indeed it is. It's a very interesting tagline which really sparked our spirits, Mbak Safira. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you whenever we say INNODEL 2024, all of you replied with innovations and collaborations, Mejua Jua. It really is interesting, Mbak Safira. What is Mejua Jua, if you don't mind explaining to our guests over here?
I already take a little bit notes about it. And Mejua Jua is a Bataknese language that is meaning of an expressions of congratulating or well-wishing. And also it is usually used to good fortune, joy, or a heartfelt with for success and also happiness.
Wow, truly embodied the spirit that we have here at INNODEL 2024, yeah?
Yeah.
So we kindly invite all of you, when we say INNODEL 2024, you reply with innovation and collaborations, Mejua Jua. You ready? All right, let's start, Mbak Safira. I think everyone is hyped right now.
Okay.
We'll start in 3, 2, 1. INNODEL 2024! All right.
Okay.
Round of applause for each and every one of us, dear ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Mbak Safira, as we have such an amazing agenda today, let us begin now by praying together to, of course, seek blessings for all activities that we'll be embarking upon today. Blessing will be done in your places right now. Let's pray together according to our respective religions and belief, and praying begin now. Praying finished. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Amin. May God give His blessing and grant our wishes. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our beautiful occasion today, let us rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. To all participants, please stand up. To all participants, you may have your seat again.
Moving on to the next agenda, dear ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear an event report, the conference report that will directly presented to you by the chairs of the Institute of Research and Community Services of Universitas Terbuka. Please allow me in joining Professor Dr. Anda Dewi Ardhati Padmaputri, MA, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu, and a very good morning. The Honorable Governor of North Sumatra Province, represented by Engineer Abdul Haris Lubis, MSE, the Head of Education Department, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Terbuka, represented by Rahmat Budiman, PhD, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Partnership, and Business. Distinguished keynote panelist speaker, Professor Ghazan Bedouin from University of Technology, Sydney. Dr. Alan Bruce from Universal Learning System, Dublin, Ireland, Open University of Catalonia, Spain. Professor Arvin Rosas de la Cruz from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Dr. Insinyur Yaya Heryadi, MSc from Binus University International, Indonesia. And Professor Daryono M. SHMA, PhD from Universitas Terbuka. And also distinguished workshop speaker, Dr. Arnaldo Maru Litua Sinaga, ST, M. Infotech from Institute of Technology, Dell, Marsita Ismail from Course Magic, Malaysia, Reza Aditya Permadi from Telkom Indonesia, Steven Setiawan Iswara from Huawei Indonesia, Aris Prabawa from PT Amazon Web Service Indonesia, and respected colleagues, the Director of UT Medan Regional Office, the Head of Research and Innovation for Decent Education, 2024 INNODEL Conference Chair and Committee, and all presenter, participant, and sponsor of this conference. And also delegation from APJI, Association Profession for Decent Education. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the 4th Annual International Conference of Innovation in Open and Decent Education Learning 2024, or we call it INNODEL, in Medan City, North Sumatra Province. This year, this conference theme is Emerging Technology in Open and Decent Education, Opportunity, Agility, Adaptability with Spatial Features, Harmonizing Technology and Pedagogy in Open, Decent, and Flexible Learning. This conference is designed as a forum for participants to share and discuss the most recent advancements and issues in the field of open and decent learning. A total of 100 papers were accepted to the conference, and this year, approximately 10 countries are participating from Indonesia, Australia, Ireland, China, Philippines, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, and Pakistan. We hope that plenary panels, paper presentation, poster exhibition, and workshop would give us a broader perspective about the advancement of technology in ODL. We encourage you to participate in the discussion and take advantage of many benefits that conference offer and opportunities to connect and meet new friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to welcome you to Medan, the capital city of North Sumatra Province, as well as the administrative and economic center. Medan is a large city that maintains traditional concept of Malay and Bataknese culture. The last but not least, I would like to thank you to all members of the conference committee who have worked so hard to put this conference together for all of us. In conclusion, I'm delighted to give you all warm welcome. Enjoy the conference and wonderful Medan. But one last more is outside of the convention room, you can also find several booths from the local microeconomy business that you would like to see more closely and get some souvenir for your friends and family. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Dewi, for such a thorough report that gave us a very deep meanings of INNODEL 2024, Shirley.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, next in line, let us hear welcoming speech from Rector of Universitas Terbuka, which represented by Vice Rector for Research, Innovations, Partnerships, and Business. Please welcome Mr. Rahmat Budiman, M.Hum, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. A very good morning. The Honorable Governor of North Sumatra Province, represented by Insinyur Abdul Haris Lubis, MSE, the Head of Educational Department. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Distinguished keynote panel speakers, Professor Ghassan Beidoun from University of Technology, Sydney, Professor Daryono Esa, MA, PhD from Universitas Terbuka, Indonesia, and also the workshop speakers, Dr. Alan Bruce from Universal Learning System, Dublin, Ireland, Open University of Catalonia, Spain, and also workshop speakers. Thank you. Professor Arvin Roxas de la Cruz from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Insinyur Yaya Heriadi, MSc from Dimnus University International Indonesia, distinguished workshop speakers, Dr. Arnaldo Marulitua, Sinaga ST, from Institute Teknologi Del, Marsitah Ismail from Course Magic, Malaysia, Reza Aditya Permadi from Telkomsel Indonesia, Sivan Setiawan Iswara from Huawei Indonesia, Aris Prabawa from PT Amazon Web Service Indonesia, respective colleagues, Head of Research Center and Community Service Institution of Universitas Terbuka, Director of UT Medan Regional Office, INNODEL, conference chairs and committee, and all presenters, participants, and sponsors of this conference. Good morning and warm welcome to the 4th International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning, or INNODEL 2024, organized by the Institute for Research and Community Service of Universitas Terbuka. I am honored to address this scientific gathering to discuss different strategic issues regarding technology integration in open distance learning. On behalf of Universitas Terbuka, I would like to express my gratitude for your participation in the 4th Annual International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning held in Medan, a beautiful city in North Sumatra, combined with the richness of its cultural appearance. It has been a great honor also and pleasure to host you at this esteemed annual conference where we will share insights and best practices for the betterment of open and distance learning in Asia and worldwide. For this conference, we particularly highlight inclusiveness, equity, and quality in education, notably in the purview of ODL. The theme is suitable with the rapid advancement in technology for learning, since there are indeed plenty of opportunities for ODL institutions to explore and expand the capability of ODL as a vehicle for inclusive and equitable education. This theme also aligns with one of the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations. Distinguished colleagues and guests, Universitas Terbuka, the pioneer of distance education in Indonesia, has served the nation for more than 40 years. We reach our students all over Indonesia and in several countries. By 2024, we have more than 2 million alumni. We have reached the unreached by providing higher education possible for adults with job, families, and other social commitments. Today, with more than 671,000 students UT strives to provide inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all. Ladies and gentlemen, my gratitude extends to the Institute for Research and Community Services and INNODEL Committee for their diligent efforts in coordinating this event. To all the invited keynote and parallel speakers, guest presenters, and participants, I strongly believe this forum will give you a memorable academic experience, provide plenty of opportunities for academic publication, and develop a new network for collaborative research. We hope this conference may illuminate some philosophical and practical issues regarding emerging open and distance education technology. I also believe this conference will provide an opportunity for exchanging and developing new ideas. We wish all of us a very pleasant and wonderful conference. Before I end my speech, let me read a pantun. A pantun is Indonesian poet. Ya. Beli kentang buat perkedel, dimakannya bersama-sama. Selamat datang di INNODEL, mari kita sharing ilmu pengetahuan bersama-sama. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the astute remarks from Vice Rector for Research, Innovations, Partnerships, and Business of Universitas Terbuka.
Following on to the next agenda, dear Mbak Fira, this is the long-awaited remarks that we've been patiently waiting. We'll now hear the remarks that will be delivered by the Governor of North Sumatra, that in these occasions will be represented by the Head of the Educational Development, Bapak Insinyur Abdul Haris Lubis, MSI. Please welcome Bapak Insinyur Abdul Haris, MSI, up to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Sebelum saya sampaikan sambutan Bapak Gubernur Sumatera Utara, terlebih dahulu saya sampaikan salam hangat dan permintaan maaf beliau kepada kita semua tidak bisa hadir bersama kita pada pagi hari ini. Dan kepada kami diminta untuk mewakili beliau. Saya mulai dengan pantun, tadi sudah Pak Rahmat memulainya. Air mengalir dari sungai,
Cakep.
membawa kesejukan di pagi hari.
Cakep.
Mari bersama kita mulai konferensi penuh inovasi ini. Satu lagi, meniti langkah di tepi jembatan.
Cakep.
Sungai mengalir membawa harapan.
Cakep.
Semoga acara ini bawa kemajuan untuk pendidikan dan masa depan. Baik, saya akan menyampaikan sambutan Gubernur. Yang saya hormati, Rektor Universitas Terbuka, beserta jajaran. Yang kami hormati para pembicara dari berbagai institut dan negara yang berhadir pada pagi hari ini, Ibu Dewi dan Pak Rahmat, Yang kami hormati para peserta konferensi INNODEL dan hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji dan syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, karena atas berkat dan rahmat-Nya kita dapat berkumpul di acara yang sangat berharga ini, International Conference in Innovation in Open and Distance Learning, INNODEL. Ini adalah kesempatan istimewa bagi kita semua untuk berbagi pengalaman, wawasan, dan inovasi dalam pendidikan terbuka dan jarak jauh yang memiliki peran krusial di dunia pendidikan saat ini. Kita semua sepakat bahwa pendidikan adalah fondasi utama dalam membangun masa depan yang berkelanjutan dan sejahtera. Pendidikan jarak jauh kini menjadi jawaban atas tantangan keterbatasan akses, kendala geografis, dan beragam hambatan lainnya yang dihadapi oleh jutaan anak bangsa di seluruh dunia, khususnya di Sumatera Utara. Selama beberapa tahun terakhir, teknologi telah transformasi sistem pendidikan. Melalui pendidikan jarak jauh, kita telah mampu menembus batasan ruang dan waktu, serta menghadirkan kesempatan belajar yang lebih luas. Hal ini sangat relevan dengan tantangan di wilayah Sumatera Utara yang memiliki berbagai karakteristik geografis dan sosial ekonomi. Pendidikan jarak jauh memberikan akses setara kepada masyarakat di wilayah-wilayah terpencil untuk memperoleh ilmu dan keterampilan yang sama dengan mereka yang berada di kota besar. Hal ini penting karena keterjangkauan dan kesetaraan dalam pendidikan akan mempercepat laju pembangunan daerah kita dan meningkatkan kualitas hidup masyarakat. Para peserta INNODEL yang saya hormati, konferensi ini merupakan momentum yang sangat tepat untuk kita mengeksplorasi dan mengembangkan inovasi-inovasi dalam pendidikan jarak jauh. Dunia kini tengah menghadapi revolusi industri 4.0 dan inovasi dalam pendidikan merupakan bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari perubahan besar ini. Di sini, universitas terbuka memiliki peran strategis dalam memimpin dan menginspirasi pengembangan sistem pendidikan jarak jauh yang adaptif dan inovatif. Beberapa aspek yang saya yakin penting dalam pengembangan pendidikan jarak jauh adalah: pertama, aksesibilitas digital yang luas. Kita harus memastikan bahwa seluruh masyarakat, termasuk mereka yang berada di daerah terpencil, memiliki akses terhadap teknologi yang memadai. Infrastruktur digital harus diperkuat sehingga dapat menjangkau seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Pemerintah Sumatera Utara terus berupaya memperluas jaringan internet hingga ke pelosok daerah. Kami percaya bahwa kolaborasi dengan sektor pendidikan dan teknologi akan mempercepat misi ini. Kedua, inovasi pembelajaran yang relevan. Inovasi dalam metode pengajaran adalah hal penting untuk meningkatkan efektivitas pembelajaran jarak jauh. Pembelajaran berbasis proyek, kolaborasi daring, dan simulasi adalah contoh-contoh pendekatan yang dapat membantu peserta didik memahami konsep dengan lebih mendalam. Para konferensi ini, saya harap kita dapat berbagi praktik terbaik dan merancang inovasi yang relevan untuk ditetapkan di daerah kita. Yang ketiga, pengembangan kemampuan pendidik. Tidak dapat kita abaikan bahwa pendidik adalah kunci utama kesuksesan pendidikan jarak jauh. Pendidik harus diberikan pelatihan dan dukungan untuk menggunakan teknologi dan metode pembelajaran yang efektif. Investasi pada pelatihan pendidik menjadi investasi jangka panjang untuk pendidikan yang berkualitas. Hadirin yang saya hormati, di tengah perubahan dunia yang semakin pesat, kita ditantang untuk mengembangkan generasi yang tangguh dan siap bersaing di kancah global. Dalam hal ini, pendidikan jarak jauh adalah salah satu cara untuk mencetak generasi yang memiliki wawasan luas, kritis, dan kreatif. Saya optimis bahwa melalui forum ini kita akan melahirkan berbagai gagasan baru dan solusi yang berdampak nyata untuk memajukan pendidikan di era digital. Konferensi ini juga merupakan sarana penting untuk memperluas jejaring internasional. Kemitraan antara para akademisi, praktisi, dan pembuat kebijakan dari berbagai negara akan memperkaya wawasan kita dan membuka peluang kolaborasi dalam berbagai bidang. Kita semua berharap bahwa hasil dari konferensi ini akan menjadi langkah konkret untuk meningkatkan mutu pendidikan di Indonesia, khususnya di Sumatera Utara. Sebagai penutup, saya ingin menyampaikan penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada Universitas Terbuka yang telah menyelenggarakan konferensi ini. Terima kasih atas dedikasi dan komitmen dalam memajukan pendidikan terbuka jarak jauh. Semoga INNODEL 2024 menjadi wadah yang produktif dan inspiratif bagi kita semua untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan yang lebih inklusif dan inovatif. Selamat berdiskusi, semoga konferensi ini berjalan dengan sukses dan bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Mari bersama-sama kita wujudkan pendidikan yang berkualitas untuk menciptakan masa depan yang cerah bagi anak-anak bangsa dan negeri kita. Sekian dan terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Abdul Haris, terima kasih banyak atas sambutan. Kami mohon izin untuk tetap berada di panggung Bapak, karena kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda selanjutnya, yaitu pembukaan secara resmi agenda INNODEL 2024.
Yeah, once again, thank you, Mr. Abdul Haris, for giving such a warm remarks for today's event. And next, we will have a ceremonial of opening ceremony of INNODEL 2024.
Exactly, and to that spirit, we want to greatly invite our Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Partnership and Business, the Head of Institute for Research and Community Services of UT, the Director of UT Medan, the Head of Research and Innovations in Open and Distance Learning Center, and also the INNODEL 2024 Conference Chairs to join us in this exciting stage, because we will now begin the official opening ceremony of INNODEL 2024. But Safira, we have a very interesting item here in the middle. Can you just briefly explain?
Yeah, this is the traditional percussion of Batak culture. The name of the percussion is tagading, and this percussion consists of 6 drums hanging on a rack.
Exactly. I think it will truly be a big beginning for INNODEL 2024. It symbolizes the spirit, it symbolizes the harmony between us to really kickstart this amazing agenda today. Don't you think, Mbak Safira?
Yeah.
Okay, Bapak Ibu, don't you start first. We'll start within my count. Are you ready?
Okay.
Pak Rahmat, you ready? All right, we will begin in 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the drum is hit, INNODEL 2024 with the theme of
Emerging Technology for Open and Distance Education, Opportunity, Agility, and Adaptability.
It's officially
Open. Biggest round of applause for INNODEL 2024.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you so much,
Sir
dear
Mada.
ladies and gentlemen. Such an amazing energy. Now, we kindly ask for you to again remain on the stage, because we will begin our next agenda. What we have more on the book, Miss Fira? Mohon izin Bapak Ibu untuk
Yeah.
tetap berada di panggung.
After having hitting the traditional percussion of Batak culture, next we will have a pengulusan procession, and we would like to invite Vice Director for Research, Innovations, Partnerships, and Business, and also the representative of Governor of North Sumatra.
Exactly. So pengulusan is a very sacred tradition here in
Yeah.
Batak culture, Mbak Fira. It symbolizes prayer, blessings, and also respect, of course, to the recipient. This ulos that will be pinned is not just a cloth, but a symbol of blessing, hope, and also a warmth of brotherhood.
And
This ulos will be given by our Vice Director of Research, Innovation, Partnership, and Business to the representative of the Governor of North Sumatra.
Yeah.
Yes. Once again, Mbak Fira, this is a symbol of blessing, hope, and also warm brotherhood. We hope that by this, a strong partnership will be continuously getting by UTE and its partner here in North Sumatra.
And also to all participants who had received the ulos, you may use the ulos on your neck.
Exactly. You may use your clothes to yourself. Now, Mbak Safira, of course, we have another things in our bank.
Yeah. And we would like to inform to all participants here to stand up because we gotta have dance tortor together. So once again, we would like to invite to all participants here to stand up because we gotta dance tortor together.
Exactly. I was informed that tortor dan as pengulusan is like a cherry on top, like a bread and butter. So the pengulusan is not complete without dancing tortor together. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let us rise together and sing the tortor dance of North Sumatra. We invite all of the VIP guests also to dance tortor. Okay, give ourselves the biggest round of applause for INNODEL 2024.
Yeah, to all participants, you may have your seat again. And once again, thank you to the dancers. And sir, madam, please remain on stage because we gotta have a photo session together first. Okay. So we gotta have a formal photo together.
Exactly, Mbak Fira, of course, to immortalize the amazing agenda today. No event is perfect without a proper photo shoot, so give your best smile, dear ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1.
Don't forget to smile.
The UT foes, probably. U and T.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. And also, we would like to invite to all plenary speakers
All
to
of the
come.
distinguished speakers, we kindly invite you to come up stage also to take a beautiful picture with our amazing guests. Put on your back, biggest smile, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1.
Once again, 3, 2, 1. With UT symbol.
With the UT pose right now. The U
Yeah.
and T.
U on the right hand and also T with the left hand.
Exactly. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will kindly invite you to take a Wi-Fi together, a group photo together with all the participants. We kindly invite you to be here downstairs.
And Kabija, this photo session with all audience here. So we would like to ask all audience here to stand up again, because we gotta have a photo session with all officials, plenary speakers, and also the representative of Governor of North Sumatra.
It's like such an exciting morning to be in. This is the perfect Thursday for me. Incredible people, incredible energy, incredible knowledge to be shared today, Mbak Fira.
For today's event seems so magnificent, right?
Exactly.
Such a lovable moment today, yeah, Kabija.
Exactly. Now, once again, we kindly invite all of the participants to rise up from this seat. We're gonna document this picture with a group photo together in 3, 2, 1.
Kimchi.
One more. 3, 2, 1.
Cheese.
With different poses, with UT poses. UNT, UT.
U on the right hand and T with the left hand.
3, 2, 1. Final one, free pose. Everyone, cheers. Free
Cheers.
pose. 3, 2, 1. Okay, biggest round of applause for us, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, madam, you may have your delighted seat again.
We welcome all of the officials, all of the guests to come to your respective seats again. And thank you so much for such an incredible moment,
Yeah.
Fira. Once again, we would like to thank the Governor of North Sumatra for contributing in such an amazing opening ceremony of INNODEL 2024 and giving his warm welcome, warm remarks. And we would like to inform all of the infrastructure, all of the VIP that we will have a press conference sessions out in the photo booth in the front. And with this, officially we end the opening ceremony of INNODEL 2024.
Yeah, everyone, we would like to invite to all officials and VIP guests and also the representative of Governor of North Sumatra to have a press conversation at the foyer area of this hall.
Exactly. And to all participants, once again, thank you so much for your time, for your focus, and stay with us up until today. We kindly inform you that we have a very exciting posters and also local enterprises exhibition just right there down the foyer area. I think everyone has passed that already, right, Mbak Fira?
Yeah.
And now we will be having a 15 minutes coffee breaks. Please enjoy the coffee, that refreshment that have been served back there in the back room of our area, and we will begin just very shortly in 9:15 for the next agenda, which is the ceremonial of MOU, MOI, and also our long-awaited first plenary sessions.
And also, if you want to have a good documentation for today's event, you can have the photo booth area at the foyer area of this hall. So you can take some photos together, get a
Exactly.
memories to memorize, okay?
And don't forget to post it on your social media. That will be a very interesting post right now. And once again,
Yeah.
we kindly invite all of the participants. We will be now having a 15-minute coffee breaks. The coffee, the refreshment is being served. It's already being served in the back of our room. The next room just outside, yeah? Just inside this.
Exactly at the ballroom area 1, yeah.
Exactly. Right behind that, the coffee, the tea, and all the snacks has been served to you. You're welcome to take the snacks, and we will begin our agenda very shortly in 15 minutes. Thank you and have a great time. all, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite all of the member of the Faculty of Social Sciences, FISIP UT, to come to the front to take a picture together. Once again, we kindly invite all of the member of FISIP UT to come up front to take a picture together. Thank you.
To all respected participants, please please have your seat because
Exactly.
in a few minutes we will continue to our next agendas.
Once again, we kindly invite all of the participants to come over to the main room again because we will begin our agenda now. All the participants that's still inside of the coffee room hall, we kindly invite everyone to come back to your respective seats because we will begin our exciting agenda right now. We will begin, of course, with the MOU signing between Universitas and all of its partners, and also the long-awaited plenary sessions where we will share all of the amazing insight about the emerging technologies in the open and distance education realms. We will learn so much. We will be generously poured by such insights by our international amazing speakers. So please be waited, please be excited, and come back to your seats because we will begin our agenda now. Thank you.
Yeah, once again, ladies and gentlemen, to all participants who gather here in Convention Hall 2, please be seated because in a few minutes we will continue to our next agendas. The signing ceremony of MOU and MOA documents between Universitas Terbuka and several partners. Once again, we would like to inform to all participants who gather here in Convention Hall 2 of Santika Premier Diandra Hotel Medan, please be seated because in a few minutes we will continue to our next agendas, the signing documents of MOU and MOA between Universitas Terbuka and several partners. And also, we would like to inform to all participants here that we have a poster and local micro enterprise exhibition at the foyer area of this hall.
Exactly, Mbak Fira. I think it's such a great option to be in after this when you have a time to stroll, of course, after the agenda on lunch hour or on the break. You can always see the amazing booth there. I can see there an amazing clothes boutique, amazing foods there to be bought. And of course, everything is traditional from the Medan, North Sumatra of Indonesia.
Yeah. The ambience of this event is really ethnical, yeah?
Exactly. I
Khadija?
think this is the most ethnically fulfilling agenda that we've been having so far, yeah, Mbak Fira. Everything is bright. It truly encapsulates the energy, the happiness, the amazing collaboration of INNODEL 2024 here.
Feeling like I'm coming back my hometown.
Exactly. Now we're still waiting for a bit of a technical setup here because we will have a huge signing ceremony. Of course, Mbak Fira here in Universitas Terbuka, collaborations is something that we fundamentally believes on, yeah?
Yeah.
To reach such an amazing number of students. We have 600,000 students all across the globe here, and we can never make it this far without the amazing collaboration, partnership between UTE and our amazing partners.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our agenda now. Welcome back to
INNODEL
2024. Can we try that again? I guess everyone is still digesting their coffees and tea.
Yes.
We really want to see their spirit. If I say INNODEL 2024, please give the biggest round of applause for us. So, welcome back to INNODEL 2024.
Well,
Now that's the spirit of Medan,
yeah.
Mbak Safira. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving to our next agenda, which is the signing ceremony for a memorandum of understanding between UT with several partners and collaborators. Previously, we have mentioned that UT really believe in the collaboration and partnership values. Now, therefore, we like to invite all of the honorable representatives that will sign a MOU with us today. We have Quality University, Islam Sumatera Utara University, Sukma Institute of Management or STEAM Suksma, also Catholic Santo Thomas University, Dell Institute of Technology, Mahkota Trikom Unggul University, and also Universitas Muslimin Nusantara Al-Wasliyah, and also Asahan University to come to the signing table ceremony. Please be ready in the front of your documents, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand in front of your documents. Okay. Please wait. We will kindly sign it together. Now, we will kindly invite the Honorable Vice Rector of Research, Innovation, Partnership, and Business of Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Rahmat Budiman SSM Hum PhD, to oversee the signing ceremony, and also the Director of UT Medan, Bapak Yasir Riyadi SSM Hum, to also oversee the signing ceremony.
Yeah, Bijak, we will do a countdown from 3, 2, 1, and after that, all the collaborators and also all the partners will sign the documents.
Exactly. So we will begin with a countdown, and every partner will sign together. Firstly, now we will begin. Everyone is ready? We will sign in 3, 2, 1. You're welcome to sign the documents, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, when you're done, please step back 2 steps behind you, because we will proceed with the next ceremony, which is the signing by Bapak Rahmat Budiman SSM Hum PhD as the Vice Rector of Research, Innovation, Partnerships, and Business of Universitas Terbuka. Firstly, Bapak Rahmat signing the MOU with Asahan University. Next is the Muslimin Nusantara Al-Wasliyah University. Following on, Mahkota Trikom Unggul University. Next up is the Dell Institute of Technology. Next up is the Catholic Santo Thomas University. Next is Sukma Institute of Management or STEAM Sukma. Moving on is the Islam Sumatera Utara University. And last but not least, this Quality University. Okay, next is the giving of the plaque, which signifies the strong partnerships between UT and every one of its partners. Once again, first one is the Quality University.
Second one to Islam Sumatera Utara University. And the third is Sukma Institute of Management, or STIM Sukma. Next, we will have Catholic Santo Thomas University. And another plug for Dell Institute of Technology. Next in line, Mahkota Trikom Unggul University. Next, Muslimin Nusantara Al-Wasliyah University. And last but not least, Asahan University.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will be moving on to the next agenda, which is photo together. We kindly invite
Yeah, we'll next to the next agenda is a photo session together.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with a photo together first within our respective partners, and Bapak Rahmat Budiman and Bapak Yasirati, please remain in the middle because we will take a picture together. Please step forward for one step, dear ladies and gentlemen. We kindly invite the chairs of the Research Institute and also Community Services of UT to come upstage.
Don't forget to smile.
Exactly, the biggest smile in 3, 2, 1. One more in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Once again, thanks to all the collaborators of Universitas Terbuka.
Please give the biggest round of applause for Universitas Terbuka and all of its partners. We kindly invite everyone to come back to your respective seat. We will begin with the next agenda, which is the plenary session.
Yeah, Kabijak. And we never forgot to mention that we have a poster and local micro enterprise at the foyer area of this hall, yeah. Well, what a sacred moment, right?
Exactly. Tying partnership with a lot of our partners. Once again, we always want to emphasize of how we believe of the power of collaboration here at Universitas Terbuka. We cannot sustain such a large number of students, 600,000 of students, without the strong collaborations with a lot of our supporters and members, of course.
Okay. Yeah, Kabijak. We also want to announce that we
Exactly.
had a photo booth at the foyer area of this hall
Of
too,
course,
right?
you need to memorize this moment by taking a beautiful picture together, of course, yeah. Commemorating this amazing agenda with your friends,
Yeah.
with your families, with your colleagues, and share them back to your country, back to the original institution that you're on. Mbak Fira.
Yeah, what a magnificent view.
Okay. All right, what do we have in the next agenda, Mbak Fira? I think everyone here is extremely excited of the next agenda.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after having a sacred ceremony of signing Memorandum of Understanding documents, next in line we will have our first plenary sessions with 3 wonderful speakers. And this session will be moderated by Professor Daryono SHMA PhD. Well, a little brief about Professor Daryono. Professor Daryono completed his PhD in law from Australian National University in 2007 and awarded as a professor in 2014. And currently he is active in advocating open movement for educational purposes. And ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Professor Daryono SHMA PhD.
Okay, good morning, distinguished guests, keynote speaker, presenters, participants. I'm Daryono. I'm delighted to convene the session on the transformative role of digital technology in education. We have been witnessing where digital tools, technology, and resources have rapidly reshaped how we teach, learn, and interact with our students. Digital technology has become a central role to enhancing learning experiences, making education more accessible, personalized, and engaging. Our panel speaker will be discussing a broad range of topics, from the how digital technology has reshaped the innovation pedagogy and fostering more inclusive and personalized learning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a very good speakers and knowledgeable speakers for now. 3 of them. I would like to invite them come to the stage. Dr. Alan Bruce from the ULS and Open University of Catalonia, Spain. Professor Ghassan Beidouns, please come to the stage. From the University of Technology, Sydney, and Dr. Yahya Heriadi from Pinus University International, Indonesia. Please come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we had allocated about 1.5 hours for our discussions, and each speaker will be given about 30 minutes in talks. The questions and discussion will be given the opportunity to all of the participants, and we encourage you to have the questions for discussions. I'm liberating myself to select the order. Then I think based on the topics, the first speaker will be Dr. Alan Bruce from the US Universal Learning Systems. The second speaker is Professor Ghassan Beidouns. Is it Beidouns? Beidouns. Okay, Professor Ghassan Beidouns. And the third will be Dr. Yahya Heriadi. Dr. Alan Bruce is a CEO and founder of the Universal Learning Systems. He has lectures in various universities in France, England, and US. He is also appointed associate professor with the Open University of Catalonia in Barcelona, is it Barcelona, Spain. He is also a lecturer on the Master in European Project Management in Florence, Italy. Is it? Right. And in 2010, he became a vice president of Eden. European distance e-learning networks. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Alan Truss. Come to this. Yes, sure.
Horace, it's wonderful to be here, and I'm particularly impressed after the wonderful opening session we had and the music. I'm afraid I will not be providing any music or dancing, but over the next 40 minutes or so, I'm going to be chatting to you about some of the key issues and themes that concern what I've been doing. I have these slides behind me here. I can't control it, so if you excuse me from now and then, I will just say next. So if I could have the next slide, please. I want to start off with a couple of questions for you, because what I wanted to present to you today was a number of observations around innovations in pedagogy, but that observation is not taking place in a vacuum. I want to look at the strategic sense of where we are at in higher education and looking at it globally, starting with a number of questions that we should be asking ourselves at this time we're in. I would suggest we are in the middle of a fundamental and transformative point of change in higher education. What we have assumed, certainly in the Western world, for the last 200 years is no longer what we are going to face in the future. And it's not simply because of the technology. It's because of the structural ownership of education and who owns it and why they own it that way. Also, and thank you, Dayona, for your introduction, I do not come here in a classic sense of an academic working in one university. My career has not been linear. I've done many different things, and I work now actually with 4 universities. I work in a number of capacities, but I started out as an academic. My background's in social anthropology. I ended up working for many years as a professor, working in research, and then moving into the public sector in an area I knew at the time very little about, which is disability, which brings me to one of the key themes of today. And then later on, with the establishment of ULS, looking at an international focus on educational change, technology, open and distance learning. The 2 themes I want to talk about today are intimately connected. One is innovation, and the other one is the twin sibling of innovation, which is inclusion. Open learning, distance learning began as a movement to create access, increased access. Today we are faced with imperatives around inclusion. You can see with some of these questions, we're asking what is now happening. And I would suggest this really profound change brings us to the point of what does education do? And why does it do it? Who does it? How are we doing it? And what are the values? Next, please. I thought I can't start with music, but I might start with some poetry. There's a very famous American poet, Walt Whitman, a poet of radically alternative disposition, who once wrote, as you can see in 1856, "Afoot and light-hearted, I take to the open road. Healthy, free, the world before me, the long brown path before me, leading wherever I choose." Coming in the middle of the 19th century in the United States, this is a visionary sense of openness, a path, a direction, and choice, which I think is fundamental to where we're at. Next, please. There are, from my point of view, a number of risky areas at the moment of gathering threats. One is that we have seen over the last 10 years or so, in certain quarters, rationality itself under siege. People questioning the basis of knowledge, how we know things, scientific method. A world being run by emotion. We have the still unexamined questions around the crash of 2008. This was profound, it was sustained, and the echoes are still being felt. We have, throughout the world, in many places, a rising sense of fragmentation, hate and fear. George Monbiot talks about out of the wreckage. We need to move out of this. We have a unique capacity for altruism, empathy, and collective education. I suggest to you that empathy is under threat. And finally, we have that sense that what does open or distance education do? And it cannot be fulfilled without that parallel emancipation from strictures and modalities of purely market forces. Next, please. Open education, therefore, let me look at some of the key themes that would situate where I'm looking at this. It's looking at previous change patterns, understanding that, looking at the crisis and challenges we face, and the impact of growing inequality, and this is one of the facts we know. Education and learning in this transformed world, the huge impact of technology, and I suppose I might as well say it, AI coming in, where everybody is talking about it, but very few are really analyzing how it locates itself in the question of emancipatory learning. And finally, this huge overpowering issue around globalization. We cannot any longer operate as one country or one region. We need to be connected. And finally, trying to look at how our educational efforts are linked to the labor market and employment outcomes. Next, please. Back in 1994, which I realize is 30 years ago, the OECD talked about the future. Many people in open and distance learning, I find, talk about the future. Well, this was something 30 years ago. They talked about future learning and employment needs. They said there would be policy change, flexibility, entrepreneurship, internationalization, technology. 30 years ago. Next, please. So what happened? The future is now. The potential provision of universal schooling has now been realized. There is no reason that any human being should be excluded from education, anywhere. Internationalization is, yes, the norm. The technology is pervasive, but it's unevenly accessible, either in terms of physical access or in terms of technological bandwidth, whatever. Flexibility is here in our world, but is flexibility a tool to enable us to do things in new ways or a weapon to control things? Entrepreneurship is there, but what does it mean? I probably can't get the image of Elon Musk jumping on a stage out of my head. If that's entrepreneurship, maybe we should reframe it. Policy? Do we shape or do we copy? And are we now living in a time of permanent crisis? Next, please. I think there are different directions, therefore, where higher education is placed. One is going to be the question of increased emphasis on adaptability, the overwhelming importance of innovation. I think this means nothing unless we revisit the sense of leadership. What does leadership mean and how do we articulate it? System change being critical, and the imperatives of intercultural capacity and competence. Michael Fullan talked about the chemistry of widespread improvement, which I think is a nice way to sum it up. Next, please. There are many different themes around here, around open education. I won't dwell on this too much, but you'll see from UNESCO talking way back in 2002 about OERs, McGreal talking about reducing the knowledge divide that separates and partitions societies, which I think is a very good insight. We now look at these challenges, and now it brings us back to the public domain. Is that still accessible? Next, please. Education is increasingly shaped by market realities. The two have become interconnected in a way I find concerning. The first thing is that higher education is and will continue and will increase to be globalized and competitive. People can choose and they can move. Second is rankings. I was just talking about this before we came up, and how the ranking imperative is driving many university management and leadership teams to go higher up on a scale that they have not determined or defined. Who benefits from these rankings and why? The marketization of higher education. This becomes a commodity like anything else, the commodification of learning. The unresolved questions around hierarchy or elitism, mergers and acquisitions in higher education, and where stands the question of social justice. So we cannot talk about innovation in an abstract sense of something we can acquire unless we relate it to these themes. Next, please. I think that the pedagogical framework we talk about has to be totally learner-centered. It has to be competence-driven. It must be focused on the community, but we must understand that those communities are themselves changing and changing profoundly. The technological presence we have now is already pervasive, and this will increase. We cannot do anything anymore that's not internationally grounded, and that means that we need to look at collaborative learning processes, not competitive rankings, but working together, isolating themes that can create mutual enrichment. And I think this idea we need to bring back into the heart of open education, curiosity and critical reflection. This will enable us to really do quality work. Next, please. There are alternatives, and many alternatives which are happening. And I want to just highlight some of the themes that I have worked in that I think are important. One is the question of access, increased access, rights, and empowerment. Openness creates challenges for established structures and assumptions about teaching and learning. And Catherine Cronin in 2016, a fellow Irish citizen of mine, talks about balancing privacy and openness, developing digital literacies, valuing social learning, and challenging traditional teaching role expectations. I think this is a healthy chart of where we might want to go. Next, please. I want to talk very briefly about this crisis that we have, because many people think that it hasn't gone away, but we can see it accelerating at a number of levels. I've talked already about globalization, 2008, stratification. We have quantitative measures to show it's increasing, the job market, understanding new diversities. Next, please. This transformed world, what does it look like? The old certainties we have had, particularly post-Second World War, are now over. My mother used to have this wonderful phrase that we couldn't do anything until we went back to normal. And unfortunately, this has gone through my head for many years. I don't think there's any normal to go back to anymore. We have population disruptions. We have Mike Davis, former professor of geography in UCLA, wrote a seminal book called Planet of Slums, where he talked of the hyper-cities of the future. This, for the first time in our history as a species, more of us live in cities than live in rural areas, and this is accelerating. This creates new change, an information explosion, in which we as educators have to locate ourselves. Next, please. The open education movement, therefore, I see as a bridge. It moves beyond some of the rhetoric and goes into the contexts and patterns that we can identify in the socioeconomic milieu in which our work as educators takes place. I feel that we need to shift this discourse towards access or inclusion and a new concept of citizenship, valued participation and rights. Open, therefore, becomes a bridge, not just transmitting data to learners, but enabling learners to contribute and influence the world of which they are part. Frequently in education and particularly in technologically driven education, we talk about the relationship between the teacher, the professor, and the student. And this is important, and the other way around. But we also need to look at the relationship between students, between communities. This does not take place in a vacuum. This is a matrix of human relationships in which learning occurs, and that's where the meaning for the individual takes place. Next, please. My work has been shaped by many different things. Just to explain very briefly, I probably am a personal example of the change I talk about. While my family was Irish, I was born and brought up in the United States, in California. I came to live in Ireland when I was 19. My background, as I say, is in social anthropology. I had to relearn an entire culture. Then later on, I lived in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, then in Brussels, then in France. Now I live and teach in Spain. So sometimes in your own personal life, you can go through all these different changes. And of all the things I've done, the two things I want to talk about that have affected my recent educational work has been around two areas, around refugee education and special education. This is particularly important in Europe. I won't go into too much detail, but these are two examples of the work where I believe our innovation is accelerating dramatically. Next, please. First of all, we have many images of refugees. In Europe, this was felt to be over in 1945, but after the Balkan Wars in the 1990s, the refugee problem reasserted itself. And with the various crises in North Africa and in the Middle East, millions of human beings have come to Europe. There's a famous phrase in Germany back in the 1960s where they had guest workers coming and they said, "We ask for workers, but people came." Refugees were seen as a problem, but they were people. And we're talking close to 7 million. And then with the war in Ukraine, with the disruption caused by the pandemic, these are just some of the images of what Europe has had to grapple with. Next, please. How do we provide education for these diverse populations? You can see that in Europe, where I live and work, this has had a huge impact at a very purely human level. Okay, in 2016, 340,000 people in 1 year came by boat, of whom 6,000 drowned. This is the human cost of dislocation. Can we provide education in circumstances like this? Yes, we can, but it calls for a lot of imagination and innovation. Next, please. Another image for you of what we're facing in Europe. Next, please. To support that meaningful education, therefore, we've had to look at motivation. We've had to acknowledge trauma and loss in our students, move from curriculum to competence. Most refugees then become migrants, settle into a community. We need to refocus on mentoring, on guidance, and models of best practice that are meaningful in crisis situations. Next, please. Here are some of the things that we've had. This flexibility, diverse learners and traumatic pasts, pedagogical design. Teacher training has been critical for teachers to refocus how they teach, why they teach. And Spaces of Hope is one particular project we were involved in that we established on the island of Lesbos in Greece about early childhood learning. I'll just give you a quick example about that. Next, please. I know it's up there.
Next, please.
There we are. These are just some pictures from the center. This was on an island where refugees were arriving every day. We were able to build a learning center in this place, provide quality programs. Many of the people coming, of course, were themselves highly qualified. So retraining, re-education, and this has become a template for what we've been trying to do at European level. Okay, next slide, please. The other field I've been heavily involved in has been the area of disability and rehabilitation. And this example brings us into the heart of human difference and in many ways where distance education was pioneered. Special education was established in the past for specific groups of disabled people, okay? And very often these were highly institutionalized, brutalized environments, sometimes labeled schools. But even in those environments, extraordinary innovation took place. And one of the things that has always impressed me about the world of disability is how much innovation there is. Think of Louis Braille. Think of the system we have for being able to feel letters, for reading. Think of all the education. All of you have a mobile phone. We all have telephones. Alexander Graham Bell was a teacher for the deaf. If you've ever used Gore-Tex as a fabric, this was designed for people using wheelchairs. In other words, although people with disabilities have suffered extraordinary levels of exclusion, in these communities, learning has been exponentially high, also associated with advanced technology. Okay, let's move on. If I could have the next slide, please. Disability and open learning, therefore, has given us a hothouse of innovation, multidisciplinary focus, pioneering methodologies. I have a quote here from Louis Braille, which itself is rather insane, but we'll go on to the next one. This is a blind person talking. Next slide, please. The path of possibility, therefore, I think we need to reframe our learning models. I think we need to embed critical thinking at each point of our pedagogical development. We must unlearn the learning we have, which doesn't mean throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but think of new ways not to find answers. Too much of our modern education is about finding an answer, but finding the questions that will lead us to real dialogue. Grappling with moral choices. I think a critical factor for all of us now is how do we deal with difference? How do we create societies which are respectful, tolerant, and have that thing in Spanish called convivencia? Self-reflection, a critical component, I think, of distance learning, and empathy and the legal safeguards that we have. All right, let me go to some of my concluding remarks as I put this together. If I could have the next slide there, please. Inclusion, to me, really gives the bedrock, the foundation for what we want to do in terms of innovation. And there are key areas where we can concentrate this, and this is something which I will be coming back to in our discussions around future collaboration. Youth and unemployment, the demographic crisis, which I don't believe is significant here or in Ireland, but in most of Europe now, it's an aging society. Okay, and this is producing a lot of things. The question of women and labor market participation remains central to everything. Because as we treat women, we understand the family and the dynamics that produce it. Migration, cultural, religious difference, disability, all these things that come into what we as distance and open educators should and must be doing. Next, please. Higher education, therefore, in this world has to respond. First thing I would start with is that solutions are possible. We should not minimize the impact of the past on what we're doing. We cannot do this alone, either nationally or nationally. We need to collaborate. And I would finally say to you that inclusion in my world is not a destination, it's a starting point for further development driven by innovation. And at a time of change, it's critical to have all involved. Let me just go on to a next couple of slides. I want to skip a few now because I want to really get to my conclusion. So if I could move on a bit. I'm sorry, I can't control this. Yeah, this is about global citizenship, which I want to just mention to you very briefly. I think this is one of the paths we've talked about that I think is quite productive. We've been pioneering this in work we have done in Taiwan, for example, about the idea of using new technologies to produce a heightened sense of civic participation as well as competence development. If I could have the next ones, please. Global citizenship gives us a sense of inclusion in a structured, focused manner. Again, the next slide. I will skip this one. These are definitions. Maybe the next one.
Next, please.
Okay, I think that this inclusive global citizenship should shape our new pedagogies. It should really take us to new levels of understanding and creativity in what we do. What stands before us? What stands before us is the possibility, not to say that what we are doing now is wrong, but very often what we are doing now is not responding to a world that has become deeply unfamiliar. We need to engage with that unfamiliarity and that difference. We need to shape our learning offer around that to create a whole new set of dynamics. The technology is just a tool. But if we parachute a tool like AI into a world of unresolved contradictions, we are going to set up more problems for the future. So I think what we really need to do is engage with the potential of rethinking, of getting back that when we include people who are different, we are forced ourselves as educators to develop our research skills and to respond to that difference in creative and dynamic ways. My final point is that I work now both as a researcher, as a strategic development consultant, but I also work for the European Commission. I work as an external expert on migration and on inclusion. And part of my job is to evaluate proposals which have been submitted for funding. And at European level, people are thinking very strategically and very globally, because Europe now realizes, particularly after last week, that we are on our own. And if you're on your own, you don't look for another sponsor, you look for a new way to create things. Let's start this journey together. I look forward to future communication with this, and I really look forward to the idea of promoting the idea that innovation is based on inclusion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. I think Alan has highlighted quite several times that the education have to be two different part of the coins, inclusions and innovations. I think that's very good points. And I think also Alan bring the most important things about the technology that should be inclusive and also should be innovative. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the two other speakers will be more focusing on how the technology, because both of them are computer engineering and computer scientists. And the next speakers will be Professor, Gasan. Professor Gasan is the professor of computer science. He is currently head of a discipline of the information systems, School of Computer Science, University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. He has published numerous publications. If you would like to more further details of him, please visit his profile on the UTS website. Professor Badens will speak about one of the important things in e-learning, personalizations in learning. Please welcome Professor Baden.
Thank you, Dariana. For us, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm very happy to be here. I've never been to Indonesia before, and I can tell you I've only been here for 12 hours. And I'm already thinking how to come here again in the future. What I want to talk to you about is personalization and how can we enhance personalization using technology. So that next slide, please. That one is off. All right. So that you can appreciate how I see the problem of e-learning, let me just give you a quick overview of where I sit within the, if you like, the academic or the scientific space. My my PhD is in knowledge engineering. So, 25 years ago, I finished my PhD. So I see myself as primarily a knowledge engineer. And what I've seen through my time in the education system, which is pretty much all my life as a student and then, as an academic, is that what technologists do, they keep an eye on technology, they try and see what is possible with technology, and then they seek the wisdom of social scientists and others to try and deploy the technology. So I should speak closer to the mic. Okay, no worries. So the way I see the technology march is essentially what we've been doing over the past, 50, 60, or since computer science started, is really we are more capable of managing complexity. So the role of people like me, technologists and scientists in that space, is to try and tackle problems in a better way, or to try and tackle more complex problems using technology. So some of the stuff that I've done over my academic career is really, I see it as trying to make knowledge more reusable. And when I say knowledge more reusable, I don't mean just for students. So generally, lots of stuff that we do, even as teachers, as engineers, as scientists, we have lots of skills, but often we deploy our skills and our skills get lost. So ideally, we want to be able to capture that knowledge, that expertise, and reuse it in complex settings. So some of the complex settings that I've dealt with online teaching, which is what I will be talking to you about today, and some other complex settings, software development, disaster management, procuring large infrastructures like freeways and bridges and energy planning. So those complex problems, they typically characterized by a very large number of stakeholders, and they are characterized by information coming from very large number of sources, and information is also shifting. So that's my take on technology, and what we've been able to do over the past 20, 30 years is, as we have faster computers, better networks, we are coming up with new ways to manage more information and to tackle more complex problems. So some of the stuff that I've specifically dealt with in my research is how do we access knowledge when we need it, at the time that we need it, and more importantly is when we have knowledge that is being used by different people, perhaps in the teaching space or the learning space, students learning from each other, or teachers learning from their own, from their colleagues, or disaster management, people using the knowledge across different disasters, is how do we take bits and pieces of that knowledge, how do we chop it up into smaller pieces of reusable knowledge so that we can take these units of knowledge and use them as bricks to build more solutions for problems that we haven't seen before. So that's my take on technology, and that's my take on online learning. We have a huge amount of knowledge, we have a huge amount of students, and each student learns in a different fashion. So my take on technology over the past 10 years as far as online teaching and learning is concerned is that we have unique opportunities to try and personalize the learning experience online per student. Every student is different, but there are so many of us that we have shared experiences as well. So even that every student is different, every student can always find another student who likes to learn in a way to them. So there's always room to reuse knowledge, despite the fact that we are all different and we need personalization. So there is huge scope for personalization, but at the same time, there's also a huge scope for reuse of knowledge about personalization, which is my take on the online teaching, I guess, or online learning. So another way of looking at this, I guess, more abstractly, is that when people often use a knowledge resource, either as a teacher or as a student, often the experience of seeking out knowledge, the experience itself gets lost. So how do we actually store that experience of retrieval? How do we store that experience of teaching? So I have a bunch of, if you like, technologies or methods that I use in my research, and when I say I mean with my students and colleagues, to deal with these problems. And just to give away the punchline a bit, it's meta-modeling. It's how do we create model about models? How do we take different models, different pictures of the world, and try and combine a more unified picture that harmonizes all these pictures. Next, please. Next slide, please. Now, from now on, I'll just focus on my experience in online systems, and I hope giving you my own perspective on this kind of gives you advantage of where I'm going with this. So in this talk, I guess what I also assume, that's a conversation I was having with Dariano this morning, that whatever we learn in building online systems, our experience over the years is always needed. So even what we've learned, say, 30, 40 years ago about online systems, that experience is still relevant, but we are building on it. So I see the online systems as there's an evolution of online systems. In every phase builds on the knowledge of the previous phase, and I will talk about this in more details. I'll focus on work that I've done, me and my students, in personalizing knowledge about online learning. So what I do essentially is I model knowledge about how people acquire knowledge. So it's kind of, I work in the meta-knowledge space as a technologist. I'll conclude by showing an important component, which is how do we create adaptive retrieval mechanisms so that whatever technology we are using, in algorithms or systems or modules, those systems have to be adaptive according to the context of use and according to the time of use as well, because whatever practice we have this year or even next year, looking further in the future, that practice is also going to be changed. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Okay, so I see online that, from the textbooks, I guess you can see that the first online course that's mentioned is 1985, somewhere in Canada. And back then, from 85 to 95, the first 10 years, essentially people just put documents, PDF or whatever it is, online, and students used it. So that killed the need for postal services. So people were very excited, we don't need postal services, we can just put these documents and access them according to the subjects that we are enrolled in. The second phase of online learning systems, I see it as where these documents themselves became hypertext, where you had documents connected to other documents. So essentially that hyperlink within the PDF or within the text that leads you to another related text. That phase was up on us, say, 2000 to 2010, and then there was some MOOCs online and people got excited about following their own interests, chasing the hyperlinks that are connected. I started getting involved in online learning about the time of 2008, 2009, and I was very interested in personalization of the learning experience. Because from my experience as a teacher, as an academic, also as a student, that the way students learn, even within the same subject, is completely different to any other student in the same subject. So some students, they skip the first module, they read this third module. Why do they do that? Sometimes it's interest, sometimes they know a bit about it. So there could be a number of reasons. Or sometimes somebody spoke to them about something in the subject, and then they jump ahead and they want to see what's going on. So sometimes the interactions with the other students also determines their own personal journey within their learning experience. So my first forays into online learning systems was really trying to see if that students' learning path is useful. And it is useful because other students are also interested in how other students learn. So that was my earlier stuff in that space.
5 minutes left, Kasan. Sorry, 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left. I was just warming up. All right. So now beyond 2015, I think personalization took even further steps forward, where people could study on the train, they could study, you know, when they are on a bus and they want to study only for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So the process of learning became also adaptable. So my contention is that as we move towards the next phase, which is the metaverse, I think, I reckon the metaverse is where you put a headset on and then you see a virtual world that's relevant to your learning experience. So for us to drive this forward, I think we have to pick up all the experiences of personalization up to 2015 onward and see what we can do with them. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is my current approach for online learning. Essentially, there are 3 things for any given learner that it's important to personalize. The student profile, we have to know who the student is, what they have studied in a previous life, or what is it that they care about, what makes them tick, what motivates them. So that's what's in red. The other thing is the scope of the learning. I mean, as academics, we always set the boundaries. You know, we teach students specific subjects and they have to stay within it. But obviously some students may like to deviate or mix and match. So that's what I call the learning scope. And then the third level of personalization is how do we adjust the learning process? How do we create a learning path for every student that suits their own experience? So I see the knowledge that needs to be modeled and reused is one that combines those 3 dimensions of the learning experience. So what I have over the next couple of slides, and I'll go through them quickly, is essentially a knowledge interface between some adaptive learning system and those 3 elements of personalization. Next slide, please. Okay, so the answer to this, how do we build the interface between those 3 dimensions and the system, is via meta models, which is a harmonization. And I heard the word harmonization often this morning, but in different contexts. I think harmonization all the time, but harmonization of concepts and entities and, you know, computer science constructs. So next slide, please. So this is the harmonization process that we follow to create what we call the meta model. Essentially, we go through lots of modeling, lots of learning models, and there's tons of work in this space. When I say tons of work, I mean hundreds and thousands of papers, probably hundreds of papers coming out every year trying to model how students learn, or how do we represent knowledge about a specific domain. So what we've done is we went through lots of this literature and abstracted above it to try and come up with what are the things that we need to think about, attributes of students, attributes of their learning experience, attributes of describing the content, and put that into one place, and it becomes a gateway that we can adjust the system through it. So next slide, please. So this is an example of the meta-modeling process. So these are, if you like, work that's published by 13, 14 different people, and we went, you know, with research assistants and different students through these works, and we looked for personal user characteristics, the students' characteristics, the knowledge characteristics, and the system-related characteristics. Next slide, please. And these are the various characteristics or the concepts that we think they harmonize the access to a personalization space. 1 minute left, wow. So these are the attributes that harmonize these various dimensions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we validated that. An important part of the validation is also once you build the knowledge based on these attributes, how do you keep adapting that knowledge? And we have ways of doing this. So when you build a knowledge base, you can go back and edit it without losing past knowledge. Next slide, please. This is an example of that knowledge base. So you start off with one rule. You add, it's got false and true links, and you always add, you don't delete. And because you don't delete, you can always change it. Next slide, please. This is an example of how we apply this approach, the subject called web programming. Many of you probably have taught this subject before, so next slide, please. So that's how we saw the subject. The subject was divided into modules. The modules were divided in chapters and lessons, and then we looked at students' background, and we looked at how much time they want to spend, and then we created a path specific to their own background knowledge, specific to how much time they want to invest. Next slide, please. Next one. All right, so with the metaverse, where do we take this towards the metaverse? I think we have to see the metaverse simply as a next level of order of magnitude as far as information is concerned. So each one of those dimensions of the personalization, the information gets multiplied by 10 or 100. But I think it's the same, you know, whether we want the content to come through a headset, a VR, or we want the learning experience to be even adjusted further. To me, they are the same questions, but the information is actually exploding. Next slide, please. Now, as information explodes, and it is exploding, as I just said, the way we build meta models will no longer be available. So now what I'm working with some of my students is there are new technologies, you know, I'm happy to talk about them with people outside this or during question time, where you take large language models and you combine the large language models with some domain knowledge so that they push you closer to, you know, they are more likely to give you the answer to your query. So instead of creating a meta model, you put just all the papers about personalization, and then you get the large language model to extract some useful gateway then that you can use it for your online systems. Next slide, please. I know I probably exceeded the 1 minute, so I only need 10 seconds. So just final remarks. Personalization, I think we have a huge opportunity to enhance the personalization experience of students with technology. What is important, I think now we need a new technology of doing the adaptation, and I see huge promise in AI, in combining AI with retrieval RAGs and graph RAGs, which we can talk about, I guess, offline. This is where I want to leave it, because I'm mindful of the young lady behind me. She's said 1 minute left. I'll leave it here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Bedon. Okay. Professor Bedon and myself, 2 years ago, we worked on how to design a personalized learning on a LMS. But seems the 2 years ahead, everything's changing now. I think with the AI, I think probably the Professor Bedon mentioned about the RAG, retrieval generated, retrieval augmented generations. That's right. That's part of how the personalization could be enhanced in our LMS. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the third speaker, Dr. Yahya Heriadi. He is the academics of the Computer Science Department of the Binus University International, Indonesia. He has published a number of the journal articles and books, and his research interests in the field of the machine learning and computer science. Please welcome Dr. Yahya.
First of all, thank you for brief introduction. Good morning to everyone. But since you are in Medan, then I would like to greet everyone. Horas. One more time, Horas. Distinguished colleagues and guests, we are all here have some concern about many issues in education, such as high student dropout rate in many universities in Indonesia. And in the last several years, I believe many initiatives have been implemented in many universities with promising results. Here, my name's Yaya Heriadi. I'm from Binus University. Would like to present one possibility to address such issues using machine learning-based predictive model in a collaborative way. Based on ongoing research in Binus University involving lecturers and several doctorate students under my supervisions, I'd like to present the presentations with title Enhancing Insight from Open and Distance Learning Data Analytics, a collaborative and privacy-safe approach with federated learning. Next. In his speech before Commissions 10 of the House of Representatives, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Satrio Sumantri Brojonegoro stated that we must prepare ourselves for how learning in an uncertain future with transformative learning method and make students have critical thinking skills. Higher education's policy embrace collaboration and empowerment pattern that enable each university to play a unique role by thinking innovatively to develop and contribute to national development. I put some highlight on some phrases. In the past decade, it has been shown that technology plays important role in achieving the government policy in many domains, including education. One of those technologies is AI, or artificial intelligence. Here are two interesting quotes from two researchers in AI who have made outstanding contribution in AI and become the Nobel Prizes and laureate in 2004. Next. The first one is Professor John Hopfield. The quote is, "What fascinates me most is still this question and how mind come from machine." And the second quote from Professor Geoffrey Hinton, also another Nobel Prizes and laureate in 2024. He stated that we have no experience what it's like to have things smarter than us. Next. So now we'll start with what is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence makes a machine behave in ways that would be called intelligent if a human were so behaving. It is the very interesting, famous quotes from, we would say, founding father of AI, consists of Professor McCarthy, Minsky, Rochester, and Shannon in 1956 during the conference in Dartmouth College in the United States. Artificial intelligence also denotes the behavior of machine, which if a human behaves in the same way, is considered intelligence. Okay? From Simon and Chappell in 1988. And finally, artificial intelligence is a term refers to the study of making computers do things which at the moment humans do better. Next. Okay. Two branches of AI which has gained research interest in many research domains, including education research field, are machine learning and deep learning. Machine learning is a term referred to a field of study that gives computer the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed. This is the first definition proposed by Arthur Samuel in 1959 when he was working in IBM. And deep learning, which has gained popularity in the past decade, is a method of representation learning that uses multiple layers of representation to learn complex function from the data. This definition is proposed by Professor Leshang, Bengio, and Hinton in 2015. Next. Okay, so let's start with the problem that might be close to the problem that has been faced in education here. Currently, machine learning has been adopted in many domains, including education research field, to address many tasks such as prediction. However, one remaining problem in open and distance learning data analytics, to my perspective, is how to develop a robust and high accurate prediction model. And despite many evidence that which machine learning models have achieved high accuracy as predictive models, there are some potential problems. First of all, machine learning in general are data hungry models, meaning that training a machine learning models involve feeding it a large data set from various data sources to enhance the model accuracy and robustness. So here, suppose that we have a collaboration with several universities to develop machine learning models for addressing predictive tasks. Typically, we are expecting that participating university will send the data or share the data to one server in which or where training machine learning model takes place. Next. However, sharing the data is not always possible, especially when recently government passed the law to protect privacy data. So in reality, the data often fragmented and isolated on individual devices. And then sharing data between devices raises privacy concern, data security, regulatory hurdle, and technical constraint. So in practice, sharing the data from many universities or educational institutions is not possible. So next. So this is one simple example. Suppose that online-based learning program in many universities at the moment is trying to address increasing student dropout, which can negatively affect university and college. And possible solution is collecting data from several universities to develop machine learning-based predictive models as an early warning system. Okay, so lecturer or management in university can recognize high-risk student as early as possible before it happens. So some initiative to correct these situations can be proposed. All right? However, student data should be privacy preservation. And then transporting large volumes data across computer networks is not also efficient because it takes high bandwidth. Next. So here, Google at 2017 proposed a new approach to train machine learning model. In this approach, then, it's not the data who is transported or make it closer to the model, but in contrast, the model is moved closer to the source of data, in which the data is trained using local data from each sources. Okay, so here we have two kind of computer. First of all, is called server or aggregator. The role is to coordinate the training activities, and then some participating education institutions or university that keep their local data and train the model which is distributed by the aggregator server to train using their own local data. And then updated models is submitted to the aggregator to build global models. And this process is iterated several times until the model has achieved a certain performance accuracy, or it has, the iteration has achieved several iteration number. Next. So this approach to train machine learning model is called a federated model. And the characteristic of this approach, first of all, is local training. The model is trained in each participating education institution using their own data. And then the second characteristic is privacy data preservation. Local data will be kept locally, will not be shared to other education institution. And then model aggregation, in which the model updates are aggregated at central server. And finally, the aggregated model will be shared by participating education institution. Next. So here the comparison between training machine learning using conventional approach and federated learning approach. In traditional machine learning, training is using the input data which is managed centrally, while in federated learning, there is a decentralized data, and distribution and quantity of data are not controlled centrally. And this is another characteristic. Statistically, there is no assumption about the independence and identical distribution of data among parties. Of course, that it will affect several other issues that need to be addressed, considerably. And then, in the traditional machine learning approach, model training is adopted centralized model training, while in the federated learning approach, in contrast, is using local model training, and model update is implemented in the aggregated server, and privacy preserving communication. This is one of the important or what do you call that? The main difference between federated learning and traditional machine learning approach, in which in federated learning, since the aims is to keep the privacy of the data, including the model that has been trained locally, so communication will use encryption technique, all right? And learning mode in traditional machine learning using non-collaborative learning, while in federated learning, we use collaborative learning, okay? Next. Now, what is benefit of university or education institution to participate in this process? First of all, privacy preservation, of course, and data silos breakdown, even though the data are separated in several databases, but during the model training, the data can be used without sharing the data, of course. And then improve model performance, because the model being trained is trained using a very large number of data located in separate location. And regulatory compliance, even though there is a law to preserve data privacy, this training can be implemented, okay, without break that law. Next. So what is in it for open and distance learning institution? First of all, this model can be used to support personalized learning. Whenever personalized learning will adopt machine learning models as a predictive models, then the result of federated learning can support personalized learning with high accuracy and robustness. And then this federated learning approach can be also used to develop early warning and interventions. Many universities in the past, I guess, knowing that a student is drop out after the student is really drop out. Now, if the management or the lecturer in the university can detect high-risk student in advance, then maybe the institutions can provide some intervention or initiative to prevent that to happen. So it really helps not only for students but also for the education institution. Curriculum improvement is also can adopt a predictive model based on machine learning, like what is the level of achievement in learning objective from each course. Okay, and we can use this approach to train the model in more accurate way. And then lecture rank improvement assistant, okay? I guess it's not only in BINUS, in many universities as well. Our presidents, our rectors, is really concerned on lecturer rank improvement, okay? So how to identify what factors that affect the delay of this, and what initiative need to be given, need to be as assistance to the each lecturer to improve rank improvement in the fast way. And improving library utilization. In many universities, as far as I know, library utilization is typically low. Why it happens? Because library tends to be passive. Okay. Now, in contrast, in many industries, promotion is done aggressively using personalized approach. So if library apply or adopt what is it called recommender system to promote library collection to potential reader, potential user of the library, including student and lecturer, it might improve library utilization. Next. So now a little bit about technical explanation here. So we have one computer server as aggregator. So here we have a function to fuse the model, and then some software to manage coordination. Then each party is participating, university or college in this federated learning process will hold their own database and also provide a computer to train model locally. Next. Mathematical formulation, just to be formal, okay, maybe some of you might be interested, okay. So here, consider federated learning process comprises of aggregator and let's say n number of parties, and this number should not be fixed. Parties or participating universities in this process can come and go, but it doesn't matter because aggregator will handle that properly. And then there will be training algorithms in each participating computer with their own data called the index K. And then on the aggregator, we should have a function to aggregate the models. Precisely, to be precise, is the weighting of the model, weight of the model.
One more
And
minute,
then-
Dr. Yahya. One more minute, please.
Okay. Okay, so this is an iterative model starting from the initial model distributed to every participating university. And then each university will train this model using their local data and then submit to aggregator. And it happens several times until it converges. And then finally we'll achieve the what's called global model. Next. All right, so this is mathematical formulation for this process. Next. Okay, of course this is not a free lunch process. There should be some considerations to be handled properly in collaboration as well. First of all is technical consideration, including communication, model heterogeneity, privacy preserving technique need to be improved, need to be implemented. Next. And then this is how data is partitioned. Ideally, the data is partitioned horizontally. Every participating computer have the same features. But in many cases, different universities maintain different variable student features need to be handled as well. Next. And then ethical consideration, of course, this is the issue in artificial intelligence, including fairness, transparency, and accountability, and user consent of control. Next. And a security consideration. Okay, next. Final slide, I guess. So federated learning, from my experience in Benue University, show a promising result to be replicate, to be expanded, okay, involving many universities. However, there are several challenges to be handled properly. Goes to the next. Next, this is the reference. Next. Let me close these presentations by interesting quotes, I guess, that learning is not the product of teaching. Instead, learning is the product of the activity of the learners. So thank you very much. And then I hope that I'm not the only one. Someday will join us in federated learning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Yahya. That's very interesting and challenging as well. I think I learned about learning analytics about 5 years ago. And it's focusing more on predicting and diagnosing. But I think now we need to go beyond. The learning analytics have to also prescriptions as how students need to be respected on how they have to be a success in the learnings. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I invite you the question and answer sessions. As I mentioned earlier, that Dr. Alan Bruce will be more focusing on pedagogical innovations, and Professor Badens and Dr. Yahya more focusing on how the technology and the computer science helps the pedagogical innovations to achieve the objective. Okay, first would be coming from that one, this side, Professor Gorky Sembiring. And the second one, for that one, sorry. Yeah, for the other. Yeah, Pak Mehmet. And the last would be the third, the three first and the other one. Okay, Pak Gorky, yes, please.
Thanks everyone. I am Gorky Sembiring from Universitas Terbuka Indonesia. This question is actually to Professor Bruce, but maybe the other speakers might contribute as well. If we are now facing with the technological advancements in one hand, on the other hand, we have also to cater for the students so they are more personalized or individualized in learning. But if we see from the computer, let's say, technological advancement, usually we tend to memasifikasi, apa bahasa Inggrisnya itu, to make it massive in one hand. On the other hand, we have to be very careful with the personalized learning. So, how would, in your experience, how we would intervene that one through pedagogical aspects? Whether you like it or not, whether there is a technology or not, the pedagogical should be there. Otherwise, there will be no learning. So, how would we formulate the, let's say, the technological support to the learning process as an activities of students, as you said, Pak Hari, just now, in the last of your presentation. So, how we guarantee that with the technological support, AI, for example, there will be guarantee for us that cognitive presence, for example, teaching presence, and also social engagement from the students, they are all in one set of learning environments. In other words, if I see your slide, one of your slides, inclusive global citizenship in shaping pedagogy. I put transformative pedagogy before the pedagogy. So we will see how the technological advancement will help us to deliver all the learning process to the students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Okay, I think please keep your questions for the second and the third. I think it's good because that one I think to be addressed first by the three speakers. I think Pak Oki questions basically about challenging about one side is we fostering the personalizations in one hand, but on the other hand, technology may able to scaling up the massification of the educations on the others, and how the process of the learning based on a community of inquiry, if I'm not mistaken, the social presence, teaching presence, and also cognitive presence would be integrated into one of the system of the educations. Okay, starting from Dr. Bruce or Dr. Bruce.
I think it's a really good question, and at first there's a contradiction. Okay, we have the idea, the need, the necessity to personalize, to make this for the individual. On the other hand, we have the demands of scaling up. We, in higher education, are not the only training providers. This is already being addressed by corporations, by companies. I would come back again to the reason for learning. At the end of the day, we can strip away technology, we can strip away everything. When we come to the student, we come to one key thing, motivation. Why are they doing this? Why do they want to learn? And we need to respond to that level of motivation. And I think we can do both. In fact, I think we can do even more. Scaling up is already being done. It's being done very effectively. But at the end of the day, it only takes us so far. It takes us so far so we can demonstrate we've provided something, we can do this on a basis that goes on. But when disruptive change comes, we have to come back to the skills around resilience and adaptability that personalized learning brings us. So I think we have to do both. And we have to do something else. Not every educator is responsible for strategic vision and policy and linkage, but they need to know it's there. And I would go back to that idea about the alternatives. We can take both and move it on. But I think we're moving into a radically different world, particularly with AI, where many things, as you were already saying, it's already been there, but they're much more accessible now. And we have to look, I think if we abandon the key role of the learner and the motivation, we lose sight. We become administrators of our own closed systems, and we're not open then to the innovation that may be there. So I think there is and we can't do this alone. We need to do this as a team. And I think that means an awful lot of solid research, interaction, debate, and disagreement to be able to get the best mix for the different circumstances. It's something which comes up in the dynamic around universal design for learning, which I'll be talking about later, because when we have non-traditional learners, this really forces us not to make a choice, but to make choices that are informed by the possibilities that are there.
to add to this, I think to me there's a buzzword that's going on, at least where I live, in the Australian academic space, and that's student learning experience. So I think the student learning experience has to be the measuring factor where we assess whether we are succeeding or failing. But it's easier said than done, because measuring the student experience is complex by itself as well. So, but I think there's a big role for university governors, senior administrators of the universities, of how they guide their investment, where if the student experience starts to drop, and you have massification, and that's the cost of massification. I think this is where the governance has to step in and say, look, we need to stop scaling and worry about the student experience. But measuring the student experience is quite difficult in my experience. It's a kind of a bit kicking the can down the road, and we're still learning how to do it. That would be my answer.
Okay. It's good, very good question.
Sure.
Let me explain my experience in Binus University. In the past 5 years, I have worked closely with researchers and scientists from Binus online system. So I'm very grateful that here, Ibu Dr. Hartiwi Prabowo, would you please stand up? Okay. Is representative from Binus online. Personalization in Binus Online has been implemented basically to identify high-risk student. High-risk student in the sense that maybe some student will not pass a particular courses or can be pass the whole program at all. So here we use historical data from student learning achievement to predict what will be like the student achievement in final exam, okay, based on the historical data up to midterm exam. Of course, that we cannot give recommendation to high-risk student with the same with the same recommendation. So based on the first step in identifying high-risk student, and we try to formulate what will be the best or appropriate recommendation for the student. And here we combine the constraint. On one hand, we want to make it fast. The process, we want to make it fast. The process want to be personalized. So by using machine learning predictive models, we can implement what's so-called recommender system in such a way that what is it called recommendation is not actually formulate one by one, but we consider the similarity between the target student with other student with the same characteristic. Okay, so in that approach, then developing recommendation is not only personalized but also can be speed up. Okay, because the algorithm based on machine learning based predictive models can work very fast. So there is no polarity between personalization on one hand and scalability on the other hand. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one supplementary point. Listening to this idea, there was a very interesting piece of research came out this week in Ireland, in Dublin. Professor Selina McCoy is professor of sociology in University College Dublin, and she was looking at the interaction, the learning outcomes for students, because the elephant in the room here, when we talk about either system, is assessment. And the assessment system we provide very often determines the kind of learning that comes out there. And she was looking at, let me just explain in Ireland very briefly. We have a very flexible, very innovative primary system, up to 12, a very flexible, creative tertiary system, universities, but we still have the 6 years in between dominated by exams, still dominated by memorization, the baccalaureate, final thing at 18. And students will remember this all their lives. It colors everything, particularly in open and distance learning, because we have adult learners saying, I hope this won't be like my secondary. Professor McCoy's investigation showed that students were increasingly coming in just to learn what they needed to learn to pass the exam, nothing else. And in that case, it really casts a cold light on personalization and on scaling up, because we're mixing everything incorrectly. She said we have to go back and we have to realize that those students have to learn critical reflection, research skills, questioning all these things. They're not learning that. And I have had students challenging me, saying, what you're talking, is this on the exam? Do I have to learn this? And I feel like just saying that you have to leave. There's no point being here. So I think all education is about a dialogue. And that means, I think your point about the satisfaction is important. But it's not just the satisfaction of the professor, it's the satisfaction with other students. And that really creates maybe the elements of an answer to your excellent question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think Dr. Bruce and Dr. Boydon is already synthesizing about the side of the satisfactions that's coming from the students instead of the or learner instead of the instructor. There's always been a challenge related to the ethical dilemma related to the ideal of how the education should proceed. Like previously, because the knowledge is only on a professor, then one-to-one would be the ideal. But now, with the assistance of the technology, one-to-numerous students would be also part of the enabling students, enabling learner. That's one, I think, for the discussion of this questions. So I would like to invite, let's see, Pak Mehmet. Pak Mehmet.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for all. My name is Mehmet Sasmat from Universitas Terbuka Bogor Regional. I have one question for Dr. Alan Bruce or all speaker maybe. According to your statement, Dr. Alan, that the innovative pedagogical framework have a lot of factors. One of them is learner center, and then competency drive, and so on. As we know that Indonesia is around 13,000 islands. So we have many obstacles in teaching online by applying the innovative pedagogical framework, especially learner center. So what do you think its application in planning and implementing online learning for lecture or teachers who teaching online, such as in Universitas Terbuka Indonesia? So we have the result for online learning must be successful. This one. The second one for Dr. Yaya Haryadi. Good morning, Pak Yaya. I have a question to you about federated learning. How to implement this federated learning in Universitas Terbuka Indonesia? Thank you. That's all my question. Thank you very much for all your kindness. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you, Pak Mehmet. The first question related to what they call as a student-centered learning. and contrary to the teacher-centered learning. In e-learning, how the student-centered learning could be managed quite properly in e-learnings. Because I think this has always been us on shifting pedagogical innovations from the teacher centers to the student centers in e-learning. To Dr. Bruce and Professor Boydens. And the second one would be Dr. Yahya, related to liberated. Actually, this is a liberated learning in terms of the machine learning. Is it? Okay. Yeah.
I'll just start off with just some basic observations. I have, for a number of years, been involved with EDEN, the European Distance E-Learning Network, which is quite significant and new. It's renamed now Digital Learning Europe. And it means we've been able to look at so many different environments. And a key thing coming through this is the satisfaction of learners with e-learning. Because by its nature, people assume it is isolated, it is lonely, it's me face to face with the teacher via this machinery. It doesn't have to be that way. I think there are many modalities when we can begin to address this creatively. And I think this is the task for us over the next 5 to 10 years in particular. I think, from my observation, my first trip to Indonesia, yes, you have 17,000 islands. That is a challenge. It also is an extraordinary opportunity. It's an opportunity to show how you can respect difference, how you can bridge these gaps, and that other countries can learn from you. I work very heavily in distance learning in Greece. In Greece, we only have 2,000 islands, and they're very small. But there is a way, I have seen these islands, the University of the Aegean, and I've seen the schools that were closed down because of emigration being reformed, reconstituted as adult learning centers using e-learning. And I think if we see this holistically in a country decimated by emigration, we bring back a sense of community by using it well. But it also means that e-learning practitioners need to move more towards mentoring, towards guidance, towards support. And I think this is really something which gives it a holistic flavor. But there are practical answers to it. But one thing I would say, if you engage with this in Indonesia, you have a lot to teach the rest of us. And I think that's important.
From my observations of e-learning practices, I guess, in Australia, students are not the same. So there are different students cohorts. So I think the answer is complex. So if I think first-year undergraduate students, I think what we need to foster in them is a sense of belonging to the institution. And I find it very hard to do that as an educator if everything is online. If you're 18, 19, 20, I think they need that human presence. They need these more, the authority figure adults that, the composure and all that, so that they know how to socialize and so forth. But having said that, I think we can also try and take that need. I think students need a sense of belonging. In between 18 and, we all need it, but the younger students, I think we have to pay closer attention to it. So how we do that over e-learning, there are opportunities, in my own practices, there's breakout rooms over Zoom, and students, they do lots of stuff, lots of channels, different applications. But I think it's important that we always give the students an opportunity somehow to see us face to face, if they want to, whether it's the same educator, whether it's a team of educators, one is available at 4, one is available at 5, one is available at 6. I think we're still learning, but there are things I don't think we should lose sight of, that we are dealing with young human beings and they need to belong, and our role is to educate, not just to teach. So.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And the last.
Okay, so thank you for the question, for your interest in my research. I didn't clearly get the point, but if I'm not mistaken, you would like to get some information about the conditional status on this research in Venus. Is that correct? Okay. Adopting federated learning in education research field in Venus is in the second year. The first year, we learn federatively. So we as human also learn about what other people have done in this area, what the research opportunity, and what some lesson learned that have been published by some researchers. And in the second year, fortunately, I have 3 new graduate students, through doctorate students, who are interested to explore this to solve their own research problem. The first one, federated learning is used to develop machine learning to recognize traditional Javanese, what to call it, text, yeah, Sansakerta, Hanacaraka, Dutasawala, and so on, written in the traditional text, and he tried to recognize symbol by symbol and then phrase by phrase, word by word, yeah, in English or Roman alphabet, and it's still going on, still making progress. And then the second doctorate student is developing or exploring federated learning to improve library utilization by developing personalizing recommender system to library users. And the last one, as I mentioned before, the student is trying to explore this approach to develop a model for accelerating lecture rank, level in university. The progress is good, so I cannot, conclude. But the point in academic setting is we try to find a new way. We are trying to explore a new method to do things. Okay, so of course that what is it called novelty is a quite range. Is a wide spectrum. We are interested to find out whether it is faster than conventional approach, whether it gives the more accurate model, more robust model, or maybe some other performance metrics that we can conclude, we can interpret from the result. So now the research is still in progress, Pak. Okay, but we are looking forward from Universitas Terbuka or ICE to might be participate in this research, so we can train a model to obtain a more accurate and robust model without sharing the data. Without sharing the data. Okay, so I hope this answered the question, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yahya. I think we are most welcome, Dr. Yahya, if we are working together on the research, on this kind of research. Okay, for the third speaker, I'm so sorry because we are running out of time. So please, for the third speaker, you are welcome to approach the 3 of the speakers during the lunch times. Then I think please applause to the 3 speakers at the times. Everyone, for the last, I think I would like to invite the 3 speakers to give a 1 or 2 sentences related to the final, or you can concluding remarks.
1 or 2 sentences, to be hard. Quick story, a number of years ago, Professor of Anthropology, Michael Wesch, in the University of Nebraska, talked to his students. He had 300 students in a class, and he stopped them. They all had their laptops there, and he said, "What are you doing now?" Were they listening to him? Were they researching what he said? 75, 80% were on Facebook. We already have a problem with taught education. E-learning can't be worse than that. E-learning has the potential to revolutionize learning, but we need to humanize it. We need to do it. One of the ways to do that is to be unusual, and that's why I would talk about non-traditional learners, because each time we adapt to their needs, we modify the technology, but we modify our thinking. We have the capacity to think strategically. That's the way I would leave it.
One or two sentences, okay. I think it's important to always keep in mind, why do students come to university? I mean, and there's often a driving force is students want to belong to a community of sort. Doesn't matter which community. So I think we should never lose sight of our students wanting to belong to a community and try and identify which communities or communities they want to be part of, and our job is to try and facilitate that, you know.
Okay, distinguished colleagues and guests, data has become new oils, okay, including data in education. So I believe there are many insight or precious informations that need to be dig up from the data. And of course that the data explosion is not possible for us to do it manually. So we need technology, but technology, especially based on machine learning, cannot come at free charge. That need to be trained with a large number of data. So to this purpose, then collaboration is very critical in developing a solution to address many issues in education collaboratively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, I think I learned from the three speakers, transformative changes required changes to everything, everyone's and everything's. It's not only what we think, but the most important is what we do. Okay, thank you everyone. Please give applause to the three speakers. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you so much, Professor Dario. And can I just give one more round of applause for our amazing lineup of speakers and also moderators.
Well, what an enlightenment knowledge that we have here, yeah?
Exactly.
And we would like us, the three of speakers and also Prof. Daryono, to stand on the front side of this stage.
Exactly.
Because as the token of appreciation to our three magnificent speakers, we would like to invite the Vice Director for Research, Innovations, Partnerships, and Business of Universitas Terbuka will give a certificate to three of our wonderful speakers. Yeah, Mr. Rahmat will deliver certification to Dr. Alan Bruce as our first plenary speaker.
All of the speakers have generously poured us with such an amazing insight, amazing new knowledge that will surely be brought home and be impacted to all our amazing participants now.
Yeah, and the second is for Professor Baden as our second plenary speaker. And next, the last certification of appreciation to Dr. Yaya from Venus University. Well, another little present for our three wonderful speakers will be given by our Vice Director for Research, Innovation, Partnership, and Business of Universitas Terbuka. I guess this is a memorable present that they got, yeah?
Of course, this is of course to show how much we appreciate our amazing speaker, how much we're very grateful out of the knowledge and everything that they've been sharing for us today.
True.
I think we learned so much about AI, about the newest development in the world of technologies. On to the last speakers now.
Okay, and after this, we gotta have a photo session
Of
together
course.
with our moderator and also 3 of our wonderful plenary speakers.
We kindly invite all of the speakers to join us to have a beautiful photo session, of course, to immortalize this amazing experience, amazing agenda today that we were having right now in INNODEL 2024 in Medan. Oh, no better lineup can be arranged than we have today. The expertise, the knowledge, and everything. All right, give your biggest round of smile, ladies and gentlemen. In 3, 2, 1.
Well, maybe we can do the thumbs up position, sir. Is it possible to take a photo with thumbs up? Yeah. Is it possible? Okay, we gotta start in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause one more time. Oh, okay, and we would like to invite the head of Institute for Research. May we have a photo session with head of Institute for Research and Community Service of Universitas Terbuka one more time. The most beautiful official from Universitas
Exactly.
Terbuka.
We don't want to miss out on you, of course.
Yeah.
Our beautiful Professor Dewi.
Okay.
One last picture. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you, sir. Madam, you may have your seat again. Let's give another round of applause to our officials and also speakers of the first plenary session.
Well, Mbak Safira, I think we covered a lot in this just beautiful morning. It's not even noon yet. It's not even afternoon yet, but we've gone so far. We have seen the beautiful Sabe-Sabe dance.
True.
Just from the beginning. Really kick-started our event with good spirits. We move on to the next agenda, the partnership signing, the MOU signing that covers a lot of partners of UT, truly encapsulate our value of partnerships.
Okay, so we had through a lot of agendas today,
True, and I hope everyone are enjoying their time, really reaping those benefits, those new knowledge, and are excited for what's next, because we have an even interesting agenda after this. But before we go on, Mbak Safira, I think we can see some hungry faces over here. I know you're hungry for lunches. Yes, I can see in your face. No worry, we got you covered.
Yeah, but Bijak, we have a lot of information to tell to all participants here.
True.
First, we would like to inform that after the lunch break, we have 3 workshop sessions that running at the same time in Santika Meeting Room 15 and 16, and also in this hall, Convention Hall 2, from 1:30 p.m. until 2:30 p.m.
Exactly.
And on 2:30 p.m., we will have a parallel session with rooms that will be listed on the screen, yeah?
We should move a bit, Mbak Fira, so everyone can see. This is the workshop that will be given after the lunch break, and after that, the parallel session.
Yeah. So the first workshop session is held in Santika Meeting Room 15, and the second workshop session will be held on Santika Meeting Room 16, and the third will be held in Convention Hall 2.
Exactly. You don't want to miss out on this amazing workshop. 1:30, please keep that in mind. After that, we have a parallel session. Can we please show the parallel sessions breakdown?
For committee, would you mind to show the parallel? Okay.
Exactly. There you go. I think everyone already are informed about their respective parallel sessions in this specific day, so please keep that in mind that we will begin our parallel sessions on 2:30, right after our first workshop session. Is that correct, Bafira?
True. After the workshop station, we will have a parallel session, which will be held in Santika meeting room from 5, 7, 15, 17, 6, 8, 16, and also in this hall, convention hall 2. And we will take another information that we gotta have a APPJJI general meeting that will be held in Santika meeting room 9. Once again, we would like to inform that APPJJI general meeting will be held in Santika meeting room 9.
Exactly, Mbak Fira. That's all the amazing agenda that we have today. But that's not all, because later on tonight, on 6:30, on the 18.30, we will be formally inviting all of you to a gala dinner that will be located right here in the convention hall of Santika. Right,
Yeah.
Mbak Fira?
Yeah, at 6:30 p.m. we gotta have a gala dinner in this hall. And to all participants that are going to join our gala dinner, we wish you gotta use the ulos clothes that already given by the committee of INNODEL 2024. Is it clear, Kakak Bija?
Yes, of course. Can't wait for tonight. Will you sing us a few songs tonight?
Later.
Later
Let
on, we
us
will
see.
decide. All right. But also, most important, because I think we won't see each other much again after this, we will kindly like to invite all of you to another exciting day tomorrow on Fridays, 15th of November 2024, because we will begin another amazing planner session that will start around 8:30 a.m. So 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. We kindly invite all of you again to join us. Don't go home yet. Don't go home to Jakarta yet.
Yeah.
Go back to this meeting hall at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. I think that's all from me. Is there anything more from you, Mbak
I
Fira?
guess everyone is finished, and we gotta have a lunch break after this, and see you guys at 1:30.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
INNODEL 2024, Mejua Jua!
May I have your attention, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start our workshop in this convention too. So, good afternoon and welcome to our workshop on empowering data-driven decision-making through telco data insights. So, thank you all for joining us. My name is Made Yudistiani. I'm the moderator for this workshop. And today we're diving into the power of data-driven decision-making, especially using telecom data and data insights. So, as all you know that telco data provides rich real-time information that can be transformative for business, allowing them to make informed decision based on user behavior, network performance, and more. So our goal today is to uncover how we can leverage this data effectively to empower better decision-making across sectors. So we are fortunate to have an incredible expert who will share his insights, case studies, or best practices with us. So throughout this workshop, feel free to take a note or maybe ask questions, and engage with our speakers during the Q&A sessions. So I would like to introduce you with the speakers, Mr. Reza Aditya Permadi, who is the General Manager of Data Solutions and Digital Financial Services Analytics COA at Telkomsel. And Mr. Reza will be presenting on empowering data-driven decision-making through telco data insights. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Reza.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So while waiting for the presentation to start, I know that yesterday there was a concert here, yeah. So I thought that I will present in the meeting room. So now I'm feeling like Michael, yeah, Michael and Surok singing in front of you all. So first I would like to introduce myself. So my name is Reza Aditya Permadi. I'm currently leading the analytics unit at Telkomsel, who is focusing on external data monetization. But just a quick survey among all of you, how many of you are using Telkomsel? Can you raise your hand? Okay, just a quick survey. So Telkomsel has two business units. The first one is focusing on B2C, which is the product that we sell to our customer. The second one is B2B segment, which is the business that I'm talking about right now. So if we move to the next slide. Yeah, okay. So I think this is not the right material. Okay, yeah. Move to the second slide, sorry. Yeah, okay. So I'm from Data Solution Unit in Telkomsel. So we are working with a lot of institutions like National Statistics of Indonesia, government agency, and private companies to provide external data to them for their business. For example, one of the use cases that we are running with companies such as digital advertising, Perhaps you have ever received advertising campaign from our clients and telco credit scoring. So using telco data, we also offer credit scoring to financial institutions so that they can be helped on their underwriting process. The third one is mobility and lifestyle insight. So on mobility insight, this is more on how the government measures the visitors or tourists in Indonesia. Because we know that calculating visitors coming to Medan, for instance, is challenging. So we help them by providing the telco data to offer the tourism insights. Next. So how do we define the data to offer to our clients? So first, we are exploring and storing data across different domains. So on the left side, you see that we collect data on the network location, on the mobility data, on the behavior of user on our application. And based on this data, then we can create a machine learning model to predict the age of the customer and also to perform some demographic analysis. For example, the location of the customer across the country, and also monitoring the spending, and then the lifestyle, mobility, etc. So all of this data will then be used across many kind of study case and business. On this particular talks, I will talk about two parts. The first one is mobile positioning data, and the second one is mobile behavior data. So if we move to the next slide. Yeah. So based on the data asset that we have, we call them Telkomsel Big Data Asset. We produce insight as a service to our customer. And those insight as a service are categorized into two. The first one, on the upper one, is mobile positioning data, where our focus is on three use cases. The first one is people movement analysis. So imagine that you are a government agency, imagine that you are BPS, National Statistics of Indonesia. You would like to measure how many people are traveling across Indonesia during Lebaran and Natal Tahun Baru. Now, of course, we can calculate based on the customer who buy the plane ticket, right? But what if the customer is traveling by car? How do we know the people traveling between cities, between province? So by using telco data, we can leverage the mobility signals from our cell phones, and then we can give statistics to our government agency, to National Statistics of Indonesia, about the tourism movement during Lebaran and Tahun Baru. And the second one is on the people density analysis. So imagine that some companies would like to analyze the demography of people coming to this hotel right now. How many of them are male, female, and how many of them have some interest on social media or education, etc. So based on the telco data signals, we can offer to our customers and clients the demography and the profile distribution of customer who is visiting certain location. That is considered as people density analysis and also location building analysis. So if we move to the next slide. Yeah, this is some of the highlight that I mentioned before. The first one is people movement analysis. So basically focusing on the understanding of the movement patterns between cities, between locations. For example, the government of Sumatera Utara would like to understand how many people are commuting daily between Medan and Deli Serdang, for instance, because they would like to know the people who is coming to Medan every day and who is going out to Deli Serdang every day. So the government in Indonesia can leverage our data to understand the people mobility across Indonesia. In fact, some of our clients, for example, Dinas Pariwisata, Padang and Sumatra Barat have used these services for them to understand the tourism statistic during events like liburan Lebaran and Tahun Baru. And the second one is on the people density analysis. So imagine that you have a lot of office location in Jakarta. In Jakarta, there are a lot of buildings. And you want to understand which buildings are the most populated with people with age 40 and above. It's difficult to know, right? Because it's impossible for us to stay at the front of the door of the building and then calculate, oh, this guy is less than 40, this guy is more than 40. It's impossible. But by using telco data, we can also offer to our clients the distribution of people living in certain office and location so that we can offer statistic like people density analysis and also location and building analysis. If we move to the next slide. Now, telco data not only about mobility, insight, and movement across location. While we are using our cell phone produce a lot of insight as well. For example, competitive insight dashboard. So imagine that you are a ride-hailing companies. You would like to understand the competition with your competitor. Of course, as a ride-hailing companies, you have all the data of your customer. But how do I know that my customer is actually also the customer of my competitor? It's difficult, right? So by using telco data, we can offer an aggregated report to our customer about the distribution of the ride-hailing, e-commerce, payment, or many other applications across Indonesia. So this report is given to our clients in an aggregated format, so not on individual data. The second one is on the device switching insight. So imagine that you are the manufacturer of one of the brand of the cell phone, yeah? Let's say brand S. You would like to understand how many people from my brand who buy another brand, let's say brand O. Of course, the same with the case of the ride-hailing companies that I presented before. It's difficult to know because I can only know the owner of the device S, but I don't know whether they own device O or device X, etc. So based on this data that Telkomsel has, we can understand the device switching insight, how many people switch from device A to device B, etc. On the next slide, please. So that's a little bit of introduction. I spent about 10 minutes to present some of our services in Telkomsel, B2B. Now let's get back to the theme of this conference. Emerging technology for open and distance education, opportunity, agility, and adaptability. I would like to focus on these three aspects: technology, distance, and agility. If we move to the next slide. Now, of course, with technology, learning has become easier than ever. And after the pandemic season, I think there has been a revolution in our learning culture and learning education societies and community. The offline learning now is complemented and perhaps for some segments replaced by distance learning. So with this kind of distance learning, of course, it will be enabled by technology, right? We know there are a lot of online applications nowadays, for example, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, a lot of online platform as well, like Coursera, etc., so that students and educators can meet in a room, online room, and then perform some pedagogical activities. Now the challenge next is for students when they are performing data collection for final year students. So I'm just wondering if there are final year students here. Can you raise your hand? Or students or researcher who conduct data qualitative analysis via survey, etc. Okay. So when we want to conduct data collection for qualitative data, typically we conduct these 4 types of activities. The first one is survey, observations, interviews, and group discussions. Now, actually, I have some souvenirs, and I would like this discussion to be interactive. Yeah, maybe from the organizer, is there any mic for the audience? I would like to ask a question, a provoking question to the audience. How can technology help students and researchers to collect reliable and targeted survey respondents for the research purpose? I would like to know your experience. When you want to conduct survey, what will you do? Maybe from the audience can share a little bit of insights.
From the students, maybe, or the lecturers?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Over there, yeah.
Oke, terima kasih Pak. Izinkan saya menjawab dalam bahasa
Ya, nggak
Indonesia.
apa-apa.
Baik, selama ini bagaimana teknologi membantu peneliti mahasiswa mengumpulkan responden survei yang diandalkan tepat sasaran, itu maksudnya kan Pak. Jadi menurut saya yang paling bisa digunakan menggunakan teknologi untuk saat ini bisa dengan kuesioner atau Google Form yang dikirimkan oleh dosen ke WA masing-masing mahasiswa. Itu sih Pak untuk yang saat ini yang dapat digunakan oleh dosen untuk membantu memudahkan mendapatkan data untuk kuesioner tersebut. Terima kasih Pak.
Ya, oke. Dengan Bu siapa? Mohon maaf. Oh, sebentar Bu.
Nama saya Susi Indah Situmorang Pak, jurusan Statistika.
Mbak Susi Indah, ya. Sebentar, mau diskusi dulu sebentar Mbak Susi. Ya, jadi tadi menarik menggunakan Google Form. Kemudian di Google Form itu kan berarti teknologinya. So the Google Form is the technology, and then the distribution channel is WhatsApp group. Ada tantangannya nggak Bu di situ, kira-kira?
Kalau untuk tantangannya, mungkin di segi waktu. Mungkin dikirimkan di jam 7 tepat, dan dosennya membutuhkan kalau boleh selesai di jam 8. Tapi sampainya itu ke masing-masing mahasiswa belum tentu selesai di jam 8, itu aja sih. Cuman kalau untuk pengisian biasanya mudah.
Oke, ya. Terima kasih Mbak Susi. Yeah, that's one of the very good example ya. So when there is an assignment to collect survey, we target our friends because we distribute across WhatsApp group. Typically, this is targeted toward our friends, right? Friends, colleagues. But imagine, and maybe your friends lives in Medan as well. Now imagine that there is a research that you want to understand what is the difference of the perception of the customer about online distance learning between people living in Medan and people living in Surabaya, for instance. Maybe there is another from the audience. I bring a lot of souvenirs, so I need to spend a lot of them. So what if you want to know the difference of the online distance learning behavior between people living in Medan and people living in Surabaya? You are staying in Medan right now. Bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa, Bapak Ibu, untuk teman-teman yang lain.
Ada yang ingin mencoba menjawab? Silakan.
Ya.
Tidak ada?
Nanti ya mungkin. Oke. Ya, baik. Ya, it's difficult, right? Because if you are living in Medan and you don't know anyone from Surabaya, how do you collect respondents from Surabaya. Maybe you will need to call your friends, your colleagues. Ada yang punya teman Surabaya enggak? Ini minta tolong dikirimin gitu ya. Maybe that's the reality right now. So if we move to the next slide. Yeah. And maybe if the research objective is easy, for example, the perception of students on the usage of online food delivery. For example, you want to compare how many people use Gojek, Grab, and Shopee. It's easy. Just ask your friend, what kind of platforms that you use? Done. But what if the question is more difficult? Let's say that you want to submit research to this conference or submit your final year research. And then the objective is identifying investment interest in bond type investment based on crowdfunding platforms. Scary objective. The meaning of this objective is that kan sekarang ada banyak aplikasi investasi ya, aplikasi investasi seperti Bibit, kemudian Peluang dan lain sebagainya. Nah, di dalam investasi itu kan menawarkan bond itu seperti obligasi. Nah, berapa orang sih yang tertarik untuk membeli obligasi? How many people are interested to buy obligation? Another question to the audience, if you are given this kind of research objective, and you want to collect the survey, how do you collect the survey? Respondent. Okay, yeah.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Muhammad Nur Marendra. Jadi apabila saya ingin mengambil atau mengumpulkan sebuah data untuk keperluan survei, saya biasanya mencari dataset publik yang tersedia. Kebetulan saya kemarin ikut program data science dan saya menggunakan dataset publik untuk menentukan behavior ataupun forecasting terhadap suatu objek atau suatu topik begitu.
Oke. Dengan Mas siapa?
Rendra.
Mas Rendra.
Ya.
Nah, kalau spesifik pertanyaannya gini Mas, susah nih. Kebayang nggak Mas Rendra gimana ya caranya aku mendapatkan orang yang membeli obligasi atau membeli saham gitu?
Kalau untuk skala mikro mungkin akan bertanya kepada teman-teman yang telah berinvestasi atau ingin memulai investasi. Dan juga jika skalanya makro seperti yang tadi saya jelaskan, saya mencari dataset yang tersedia untuk keperluan-keperluan penentuan behavior tentang investment interest.
Ya, terima kasih Mas Rendra. Challenge-nya sama yang tadi disampaikan Mbak Susi. Nanya itu kan butuh waktu. Iya kalau ada jawabannya, kalau nggak ada jawabannya gimana? Research-nya bakal nggak ini ya, the research objective will not be met gitu ya. So, if we move to the next slide, but I'm curious among the audience, how many of you are English speaking? Not yet?
Ada yang pintar bahasa Inggris?
Nah kalau nggak ada Bu, boleh saya izin pakai bahasa Indonesia nggak Bu?
Silakan.
Iya, supaya lebih dapat nih human touch-nya. Oke, sekarang kita next, karena ada banyak tantangan. Nah disinilah saya ingin memperkenalkan satu solusi yang namanya digital survey. Ini solusi yang dimiliki oleh Telkomsel. Next. Nah, sekarang bayangkan kalau misalnya Bapak Ibu memiliki database audience sejumlah 150 juta customer-nya Telkomsel di seluruh Indonesia. Bayangkan nih, kalau tadi misalnya Mbak Josi sampaikan, oh di forward ke teman-teman. Temannya Mbak Josi berapa? Misalnya 100, 200. Berarti populasi yang mau jawab survei itu jumlahnya 100, 200 kan? Atau Mas Rendra tadi mungkin temannya 500, oke 500. Sekarang kalau misalnya Bapak Ibu bayangkan nih, dia berandai-andai aja. Bapak Ibu temannya ada 160 juta orang. Nah, terus tadi ada pertanyaan yang sama. Pertanyaan sama persis yang tadi saya tanyakan ke Mas Rendra. 160 juta orang Telkomsel. Nah, Anda ingin tahu berapa orang sih, Anda ingin tahu bagaimana persepsi orang terhadap penggunaan aplikasi online distance learning, misalnya Coursera, Udemy, dan sebagainya gitu ya. Contoh, Bapak Ibu mungkin familiar dengan itu. Nah, kira-kira Bapak Ibu terlepas dari apa yang nanti akan saya present, saya ingin tahu aja, kalau Bapak Ibu punya database-nya sebanyak itu, gimana cara Bapak Ibu akan mendapatkan jawaban atas pertanyaan tadi? Pengen tahu persepsi orang terhadap Coursera, Udemy, atau persepsi orang terhadap investasi dan lain sebagainya? Ya boleh, nggak apa-apa. Kuesioner ya. Nah tadi kuesioner oke, tapi kemudian what about the target audience?
Tergantung kebutuhan Pak. Misalnya data yang tersedia itu kurang lebih 1.600 dan data yang dibutuhkan oleh peneliti itu setengahnya itu bisa menggunakan kuesioner. Tapi kalau memang yang dibutuhkan itu datanya lebih akurat dan jumlahnya itu sedikit, bisa melakukan wawancara. Tapi kalau wawancara ini membutuhkan waktu yang lama.
Ya, oke. Nah, di sini saya ingin memperkenalkan ke Bapak Ibu platform yang namanya T-Survey. T-Survey, Telkomsel Survey. Idenya adalah sebelumnya Bapak Ibu hanya memiliki network teman-teman untuk kemudian dikirimkan link untuk mengisi survei. Sekarang Bapak Ibu memiliki network 150 juta responden atau potensial responden di seluruh Indonesia. Itu adalah potensial responden yang bisa Bapak Ibu tanyakan untuk menjawab survei research yang Bapak Ibu punya. Yang kedua, targetingnya juga bisa lebih akurat. Jadi sebagai contoh tadi surveinya terkait investment platform. Mohon maaf nih Bapak Ibu, kalau investment platform kita tanyakan kepada teman-teman SMA, SMP, atau teman-teman, even teman-teman kuliah, kira-kira banyak yang pakai enggak? Teman-teman yang tahun pertama, kedua, enggak banyak mungkin ya, enggak banyak pakai itu. Padahal kita pengen tahu, gimana sih pendapat orang terhadap produk obligasi. Nah, dengan adanya telco data, Bapak Ibu bisa mentarget customer Telkomsel yang memiliki aplikasi-aplikasi investasi. Jadi Bapak Ibu tidak perlu tahu siapa itu orangnya, nanti Telkomsel yang akan reach out melalui platform ini, sehingga nanti di HP Bapak Ibu akan mendapatkan SMS dari itu survei. Nah tadi kan ada banyak yang ini ya, banyak yang miliki Telkomsel. Mungkin boleh dibuka di HP-nya, ada nggak yang pernah menerima SMS dengan sender T-survey? Boleh angkat tangan? Yang pernah? Oh, Mas Rendra malah pernah ya? Nah, itu dia. Jadi Telkomsel bisa reach out. Nah, mbaknya juga pernah ya? Ada yang pernah ngisi enggak? Oh pernah ngisi? Oh pernah ngisi Mas Rendra. Yang lain? Belum ada ya yang pernah ngisi, tapi sudah pernah terima ya? Nah, ketika Bapak Ibu menerima SMS dengan sender T-survey itu, bayangkan ada orang lain nih di luar sana nih, di Indonesia, yang ingin melakukan riset dan ingin mendapatkan insight dari Bapak Ibu mengenai riset tersebut. Mereka mungkin nggak kenal Bapak Ibu, dan mereka nggak perlu kenal Bapak Ibu. Yang diperlukan adalah insight-nya bisa didapatkan. Nah itu yang dimaksud dengan accurate targeting. Dan yang terakhir, tadi tantangan dari Mas Rendra tadi kan waktu ya. Nah di sini responnya bisa cepat. Jadi dalam waktu 3 hari itu survei bisa selesai tergantung target dari teman-teman. Next slide please. Nah ini adalah beberapa contoh penggunaan T-survey di beberapa industri. Yang pertama, untuk market segmentation dan channel study. Jadi misalnya satu brand ingin masuk ke kota Medan. Misalnya brand itu adalah brand brand yang kira-kira mau masuk, misalnya brand ayam goreng gitu. Nah brand ayam goreng ini pengen tahu, lebih baik saya masuk ke Medan ini, itu ayam gorengnya ayam goreng, ayam tulang lunak, ayam bakar, atau ayam geprek ya. Nah itu kan berarti butuh survei itu. Ya ini penduduk Medan sukanya ayam apa ini? Nah bayangkan kalau nggak ada di survei gimana? Wawancara. Tapi wawancara itu bisa sebanyak apa sih? Atau yang kedua misalnya mau survei. Nah kalau teman-temannya Bapak Ibu misalnya mahasiswa. Oh ternyata mahasiswa sukanya ayam geprek. Nah ternyata yang sering beli ayam di luar itu adalah bapak-bapak seperti saya. Saya sukanya ayam bakar. Nah karena nggak ditanyain, brandnya mikir, oh ini ayam geprek nih. Oke kita jualan ayam geprek di perumahan ini gitu. Nggak laku. Karena ternyata interestnya adalah ayam bakar. Nah dengan menggunakan platform T-survey, kita bisa menyasar orang-orang yang tinggal di daerah sini, atau orang-orang dengan profil usia tertentu, mereka tertariknya ayam geprek atau ayam bakar ya? Tanyain itu. Untuk new market validation. Kemudian yang kedua, untuk marketing dan advertising. Ini use case-nya brand health tracking. Kemudian misalnya kemarin ada yang nonton konser Michael Learns to Rock nggak? Nggak ada ya? Saya tertarik gitu sebenarnya, cuman datangnya telat ya tahunya. Nah misalnya penyelenggaranya itu pengen tahu, dari orang-orang yang kemarin nonton Michael Learns to Rock, mereka puas nggak sih? Nah itu dengan menggunakan T-survey kita bisa menyasar tuh, audiens atau orang-orang yang di suatu lokasi, untuk setelah event kita tanyakan, bagaimana persepsinya terhadap event yang baru saja terjadi. Dan banyak use case lainnya gitu ya, yang ini semua real berdasarkan experience kami ketemu dengan klien di market. Next. Nah ini tadi Pak Suhartono menyampaikan bahwa karena ini formatnya workshop, jadi nanti akan ada sedikit demo ya. Jadi ini beberapa basic feature dari T-survey. Next. Jadi Google Form tadi disampaikan ya, Google Form, kemudian ada yang pernah pakai Survey Monkey? Bapak Ibu ada yang pernah pakai Survey Monkey? Atau Alzheimer? Nggak ada ya, oke. Jadi ketika kita ingin membuat survei, fitur-fitur apa aja sih yang dibutuhkan? Di dalam T-survey ini kita memiliki hampir semua jenis pertanyaan yang nanti Bapak Ibu akan butuhkan gitu ya. Seperti pertanyaan short answer, checkbox, multiple choice, drop down, semuanya itu bisa Bapak Ibu pilih nantinya. Next. Nah tadi saya bicara mengenai segmen. Nah inilah yang membedakan antara platform seperti tadi Google Form dengan T-survey. Karena kalau Google Form itu Bapak Ibu bisa membuat surveinya. Sama mungkin ya, kurang lebih nanti dengan T-survey. Tapi ketika Bapak Ibu ingin melakukan targeting responden, nggak bisa. Karena distribusinya hanya bisa dilakukan via WhatsApp. Nah di platform T-survey, Bapak Ibu nanti bisa memilih segmen apa sih yang ingin saya target sebagai responden saya.
Misalnya, oh usianya 20 sampai 30 tahun. Gendernya, saya pengen gender male. Locationnya, oh saya hanya ingin yang di kota Medan aja deh, karena brand ayam geprek saya mau masuk ke kota Medan. Atau interestnya di sini. Interestnya misalnya, oh karena saya mau masuk ayam geprek, mungkin saya ingin menyasar orang yang biasa pakai Gojek atau Grab. Dan lain sebagainya gitu ya. Itu bisa dipilih, nanti kita demokan.
Maaf
Selanjutnya.
Pak Reza,
ya.
mungkin waktu tinggal 10 menit lagi ya untuk
gitu.
mungkin 5 menit
iya.
untuk penjelasan dan nanti kita akan question.
Iya, baik. Oke, kalau gitu saya percepat saja. Next. Nah, ini beberapa contoh aplikasinya, langsung kita demo saja ya. Mungkin Mas Operator mohon bantuannya untuk dipindah ke halaman berikutnya. Nah, kita mulai dari, nah ini adalah mulai dari yang kiri atas dulu, Mas, yang platform survei online dengan, maaf, yang tab yang atas, kiri atas. Ya, yang itu dulu. Nah, ini adalah platform dari T-Survey ya, ini beberapa testimoni dari akademisi, dari institusi yang menggunakan platform ini. Alamatnya tsurvey.id, jadi Bapak Ibu bisa cek nanti. Kemudian yang kedua, ada builder. Nah, builder ini Bapak Ibu nanti bisa bikin surveinya. Sebagai contoh, ini tadi saya bikin surveinya, have you ever joined an online learning program? Yes or no? What do you think about your experience? Dituliskan. Platform apa yang Anda gunakan dalam distance learning? Brand A, B, C. Ini bisa aja ditulis semua kuesionernya. Kemudian ke tab yang terakhir dulu, yang review survei. Nah ini contoh surveinya nanti kayak gini. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa klik, yes or no-nya, bisa ketik dan bisa pilih. Kemudian kalau ke tab yang ketiga, target responden. Nah disinilah the power of the survey. Kalau boleh scroll ke atas, paling atas. Nah, di sini Bapak Ibu bisa cek mau target respondennya berapa. Nah, itu bisa digeser-geser, Mas. 50-nya misal digeser jadi 100, 500 dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang kedua, gendernya mau apa? Male, female, usianya range-nya berapa? Kemudian location-nya. Nah, coba diklik di sana. Di location, boleh izin diketik location-nya misalnya Kota Medan gitu. Nah, kemudian nanti bisa diklik Kota Medan. Nah, jadi nanti Bapak Ibu mengirimkan surveinya itu ke orang-orang yang tinggalnya di Kota Medan. Jadi supaya insight-nya nggak salah. Saya tadi mau masuk brand ayam geprek ke Kota Medan, tapi surveinya ke Kota Surabaya. Nggak suka pedas ternyata. Nah, itu bisa jadi salah audiens nanti gitu ya. Nah, boleh diklik tanda silangnya, Mas, maaf. Yang di atas. Ya. Nah, scroll ke bawah lagi, scroll ke bawah. Nah, demografinya, misalnya di SIS-nya nih. SIS yang di SES-nya bisa diklik yang panahnya, Bapak Ibu bisa memilih SIS-nya apa, A, B, C, D, E, dan sebagainya. Kemudian working industry, di bawahnya ada working industry. Work location-nya, misalnya tadi orang Medan kerja di Medan. Atau bahkan Bapak Ibu pengen tahu orang yang tinggal di Medan tapi kerja di Deli Serdang. Nah itu bisa juga, working industry-nya misalnya. Yang bekerjanya di industri apa? Government, commerce. Nah, dengan demikian targeting yang Bapak Ibu lakukan itu bisa sangat akurat mentarget audiens. Sehingga nanti insight yang didapatkan itu benar-benar sesuai. Nah, setelah Bapak Ibu memilih ini semua, misalnya dipilih yang commerce, maaf, Mas, mohon maaf. Diklik sekali lagi, commerce, ya. Nah, kemudian di scroll ke yang kanan, ke tab yang sebelah kanan ini, mohon maaf. Ya. Nah, ini nggak terlalu jelas, tapi semua filter yang Bapak Ibu tadi pilih, itu kelihatan di sini. Gendernya female, usianya berapa, segmennya apa, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, ini jangan dilihat dulu harganya ya. Nanti kalau untuk segmen industri sama segmen akademisi itu nanti berbeda, dan saya bahkan juga baru dapat info dari teman-teman kalau ada student package, kemudian kalau universitas terbuka ingin berkolaborasi dengan kami juga sangat open dengan ini. Nah, mungkin demikian untuk demonya. Masih ada 5 menit ya, Bu ya. Kita kembali ke materi yang tadi. 5 menitnya saya pakai untuk tanya jawab aja. Tadi, ya silakan Bapak.
Misi Mas Reja ya.
Ya.
Ya, makasih. Saya cuma mau nanya aja ya, bagaimana mengintegrasikan ya hasil survei ini dengan AI ya, supaya hasilnya nggak bias gitu. Terus bagaimana ya dari membidik segmen pasar ini ya, agar kita sebagai pemenang. Terima kasih.
Baik. Yang kedua segmen pasar ya Pak ya, yang cocok. Jadi yang pertama adalah mengintegrasikan dengan AI ya Pak ya. Mohon maaf, dengan Pak siapa? Pak Heri ya? Iya. Kalau boleh tahu AI yang dimaksud dibentuk yang seperti apa Pak?
Untuk sebagai pembanding ini. Jadi hasil survei juga ya, itu diintegrasikan AI sebagai pembanding ini. Mana yang lebih akurat nih? Hasil survei ini atau apa? Sebab sekarang ini kan juga banyak AI palsu juga ini masalahnya. Bu Menteri, Bu Wamen ngomong banyak juga AI ini palsu gitu.
Iya, ya. Oke. Jadi di dalam platform T-Survey ini di-empower dengan AI untuk memprediksi tadi contoh usia pelanggan. Itu kami sebenarnya nggak tahu usia Bapak Ibu berapa. Telkomsel nggak tahu, karena kan daftarnya juga nggak seperti daftar ke bank gitu ya. Jadi kami menggunakan AI untuk memprediksi age, gender, interest dari Bapak Ibu sekalian dalam hal ini gitu. Nah, bagaimana di-compare dengan AI? Nah, ini mungkin lebih ke arah saya ambil case study dengan salah satu klien kami. Compare-nya mungkin bukan dengan AI, tapi dengan data statistik BPS. Jadi misalnya data statistik BPS mengatakan bahwa di suatu lokasi itu proporsi male-female-nya sekian persen, proporsi age-nya sekian persen, yang usianya di bawah 30 tahun. Nanti bisa dibandingkan, ketika audiens menjawab survei ini, benar nggak rata-rata itu di bawah 30 tahun? Karena kalau yang jawab ini dari AI palsu, mungkin AI palsu itu nggak tahu di Kota Medan ini, di Kecamatan X, itu distribusi orangnya seperti apa sih? Nah, yang tahu itu kan ya apabila kita langsung bertanya. Nah, jadi kurang lebih seperti itu Pak Heri untuk meng-compare bahwa kita biasanya tidak compare dengan AI, tapi compare hasil survei kami dengan statistik BPS, khususnya terkait dengan distribusi demografi. Kemudian yang kedua untuk memberikan saran kepada segmen yang cocok. Nah, ini justru kita bekerja bersama dengan AI di sini. Misalnya Bapak tadi memiliki brand ayam geprek yang ingin masuk ke satu lokasi gitu ya. Nah, kita sekarang dengan adanya ChatGPT, Perplexity dan lain sebagainya, kita bisa bertanya, saya ingin mensurvei brand ayam geprek di Kota Medan. Segmen apa sih yang cocok? Nah, di sanalah kemudian disarankan misalnya oleh AI-nya, oh segmennya ini. Baru nanti dicari di platform T-Survey, kan tadi ada banyak opsi, dipilih mana nih segmen yang cocok. Sehingga kita mengkombinasikan antara AI dengan platform T-Survey ini. Mungkin kurang lebih begitu Pak Heri dari kami. Ada lagi dari yang lain? Ya, silakan.
Mungkin satu pertanyaan singkat saja ya, karena waktu kami sudah agak
ya,
sudah hampir
singkat
selesai.
saja,
Ya.
Pak. Saya juga menyambung pertanyaan tadi. Maybe I want to know, Telkomsel, maybe any application about measure of filling out the someone to survey. Kan kadang-kadang kita nyebar survei itu secara online. Kita juga pengen tahu honesty-nya seperti apa, kejujurannya seperti apa. Apakah ada Telkomsel mempunyai aplikasi seperti itu, Pak? Untuk melihat kejujuran seorang untuk mengisi survei.
Oh iya, kejujuran ya, kejujuran, oke. Yeah, so there is a technique to understand whether the customer who answered the survey is reliable or not. So one of the method that we use is we random the position of the choice of the survey. So typically if the customer is just randomly picking the first option, now we randomize the order so that we know the distribution of the respondents. And secondly, typically for survey, we also add another question, which is text-based. So if the customer is not genuinely want to answer the survey, on the text-based, they will just fill ... or saya tidak tahu, just random text. So that is also one of the method that we use to basically sense whether the survey respondents is genuine or not, is trustworthy or not. And lastly, we compare the result of the survey with BPS statistic. For example, recently we did a survey on pilkada, elektabilitas pilkada in DKI Jakarta. DKI Jakarta, the people living in DKI Jakarta has certain distribution, right? The age, the gender across different cities. Now, if the answer of the survey is not trustworthy, the distribution of the answer about the demography will not reflect the actual distribution of the statistic from BPS. Contohnya, menurut statistik BPS, orang usia 30 sampai 40 tahun di Jakarta itu proporsinya 30% menurut BPS. Nah, kemudian disurvei melalui T-survey nih, survei. Katakan misalnya orang itu nggak jujur jawab usianya. Sehingga nanti jawaban yang kembali adalah orang yang usianya 30 sampai 40 itu cuma 5%. Padahal tadi menurut BPS 30%. Nggak reliable. Nah, di sanalah kita kemudian bisa mendeteksi dan meyakinkan kepada klien atau customer bahwa silakan dibandingkan dengan demografi BPS. Kalau ini match, berarti jawabannya mendekati. Gitu. Mungkin kurang lebih itu Bapak Ibu jawaban dari saya. Ya.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Reza.
Yeah.
Thank you for your explanation and then your insights with the T-survey.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, as we wrap up this session for the workshop, I would like to thank you, Mr. Reza, for your informations and insights. And thank you for all the participants who have asking questions and then the answers. And then from Telkomsel, you have a souvenir for the...
Ya, tadi Pak Heri dan nanti akan saya sampaikan di bawah.
Oke.
Ya.
Ya. Okay.
Souvenirnya ada 10 Bu, tapi yang nanya cuma 4, ya nggak apa-apa.
Yeah. Oke, jadi teman-teman yang tidak bertanya mungkin tidak mendapatkan huruf ini ya.
Ya.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Reza
Ya,
atas
terima kasih Bapak Ibu, terima kasih.
keterangannya dan kita berikan aplaus kepada Pak Reza dan terima kasih kepada teman-teman di sini yang sudah hadir pada workshop ini dan untuk session berikutnya kita akan ada parallel session di beberapa kelas di ruang-ruang yang sudah disediakan. Silakan. Oke, ya silakan nanti sebelumnya setelah ini kita akan ada parallel session. Nah, sebelumnya kita akan memberikan souvenir kepada appreciation kepada Pak Reza untuk atas keterangannya. Ya, kita berikan aplaus kembali. Terima kasih Pak Reza. Oke, terima kasih kepada para hadirin yang sudah mendengarkan workshop untuk kali ini. Dan kami persilakan kepada teman-teman untuk hadir di parallel session dan mungkin yang ada presentasi melakukan presentasi dan kemudian juga teman-teman yang akan mendengarkan. Silakan ke kelas-kelas paralel. Terima kasih. Thank you very much for your attention.